Hello, 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 hello. Happy Friday, everybody. It is April 19th, 2024. This month is flying by, folks, and here we are again on Paranormal Friday. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you're all ready to take just a little break from the true crime craziness that we cover on a daily basis and look into a little bit of the paranormal world today. A lot of people request this, so here we are with it again, guys. Today we're looking into the lifetime experiences and story behind Ed and Lorraine Warren, two of the most prolific paranormal investigators ever to exist. So thank you for joining us. Let's get the spooky road. Yeah, let's get the spooky show on the road. Here we go. Boo. Gotcha. Hello, 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 everybody. Thank you for joining us today on this rainy, crappy Friday. Again, April 19th, 2024. Month is almost by. It's so crazy how fast these months are flying. This whole year is flying by so quick. Crazy. Welcome back. Loving to be here with you all today. I hope you're all having a great start to your day. Um, Again, today's Paranormal Friday. This is something a lot of people have requested that we bring back. So here we are, taking a little break from the sometimes horrific and bad, uh, well, horrific and sad, I should say, true crime stuff that we cover regularly. So everybody needs a little bit of a break from it every now and again, especially with the missing persons stuff, the missing children stuff. It's just it weighs on you guys. So the paranormal is always something I've been interested in and been around, involved in my whole life, really. Been interested in as well. A lot of people come in here are as well and have asked about it. We used to do it a year ago or so a lot, and then we got away from it because so much stuff was going on. But we're back. So today we are gonna. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Ed and Lorraine Warren. There are a lot of the reasons behind some of the movies that they're the reason why a lot of these movies come out. The Conjuring and The Nun and shows like that. They've been involved in a lot of paranormal stories that you've been told for years. Um, Yes, I started earlier than normal, Cassie. Story. Um. Anyway, I really had, instead of covering, it kind of covers it too, but typically we would cover a story about a haunting or a place that's haunted or a specific type of ghost or a creature that somebody says they saw, or different, myths or whatever. Well, today I thought it would be interesting to look into the people that have experienced and tried to deal with all of these things all together. So um it should be a very interesting show for those of you that aren't familiar with them. And for those of you that are, it should be a welcomed reminder of who they were. Unfortunately, they're both not with us anymore, but still, they've left a mark, I think, with society and within all of us that has been a very interesting um, period of time that they covered a lot of crazy stuff. So that's what we're looking into today. So come on in, guys, and grab yourselves a place to sit, the couch, the chair, the floor, a stump. Bring a beanbag if you want to. Grab your coffee and tea, whatever it may be. Please come in. Please sit down, have a conversation with me about this stuff. And we can get into it a little bit later, maybe, if anybody, depending on how this goes, if anybody wants to talk about anything with this, we can do it. Absolutely, we can do it. No qualms with that at all. So let's see who we got joining us today so far, gracing us with their awesome presence. It looks like Miss Allison White. Welcome back. It's great to see you here today with us. Miss Kells, hello. Great to have you here. Cassie, hello. Welcome back. Andy Rose, great to have you here. Great to see you today. Miss Victoria, always a pleasure, my dear. Thank you for joining us. Let's see. Spooky Paws, you fit right in today, don't you? Hello. Thank you for joining us. Michelle Weddle, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Annie Ruler, hola to you today. Let's see. City Kerp, what's going on, dear? Thank you for joining us today. And tell Al I said, hey, what's up, bro? Good to see you today. Let me see. Miss Catherine 2929. Hello. Welcome back. Great to see you here. Great to have you. Let's see. Mr. Steve's in the house. That's WTC. Welcome back to you. Moonlit Baby, how are you today? Good to see you in here. Appreciate you very much. Don Kelch. Hello. Welcome. Good to see you today. Um, let me see. Who else do we have here? Michelle Macklin, welcome back. It's great to see you. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us today. El Bariqua, hello to you. All right. Come on in, guys. Please share this out if you can. On your way in the door, if you would, please hit that like button. We got 21 people in here with 18 likes. We can do a little bit better than that, I think. I'm surprised there's not a few other people in here that love this kind of stuff. So. Let me see here. Give me a moment, please. Um, all right. Let's see here. Okay. All right. Let me see. So. Well, if you want to go take Kano out real quick, Victoria, you can. I'm trying to hold out to wait for a few more people because I started a little earlier than I was supposed to. Awesome, Senny. Thank you. Kiki's Eyes. Hello. How are you, darling? Good to see you. It's been a long time. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us today. There is Arctic Fox. I'm gonna have to go back and check out your show. Arctic had a he went live for a little bit here at noon, and I was still trying to set everything up. I didn't get to jump in, but I will be catching the replay on it. So, guys, if you don't mind, after this, please go over and check out what Arctic did. I would appreciate it, as would he, I'm sure. Let me see here. Awesome, Andy. That's awesome. There it is. There it is, guys. There's a link to Arctic's channel if you haven't checked it out yet. Please, after this, if you're not doing anything, go over there and check out what he put out at 12, please. It's definitely worth watching. I can guarantee you that. So thank you, Cassie. Where's Mom at today, Cass? Where's the rest of the crew? Surprised they're not here. Especially Molly. Molly loves this stuff. Molly, she might still be sleeping. I'm a little earlier than I've been recently because I didn't have anything extra I had to do today. So, yes, 100%. Cassie, Arctic always has amazing content. I do agree. Well, we're going to be working together a lot more with him as well. We have something planned for June the 9th, I believe it is. If I'm wrong, please correct me, sir. Oh, okay, Cassie, I got you. And we're all gonna be going live with this together for kind of a marathon, a 12-hour marathon to help support finding missing children. So that should be a really great thing, and I can't wait for it. Awesome. Good, good, good. There's no new updates on that, is there, Arctic? I usually check every day. I didn't get a chance to look this morning. Because I was coming in early. There she is. Welcome, SRB. Now we have mother and daughter. Cassie, we're gonna have, as of right now, we've already me, Arctic Fox, Mind of Monsters agreed she'll be here. Illuminati said she would be part of it. So I think he did verify that Duchess will be here as well. And I think Mind of Monsters said she has somebody else too. And I think that was it for now, but we'll see what happens. But we're gonna all go in together on it and just all day. That's what we're gonna be doing and get that word out there, guys, and get something rolling with it because it needs to happen. So I'm excited about it. I really am. Very excited about it. I may actually, you know what I'll do, guys, for everybody, because I know a lot of people miss this, but I still would like you guys to go over there and like the video. If we can, at the end of this, I'll pull up Arctic's video for today and we can watch it. And it's just an update on Elijah Boo. But still, I would love for all of you to go over and like that video when you can. And just show the support because he deserves it. He does a lot of hard work out there for this. Just went over the new court dates for the baby incubator and the monster that she was with. Yeah, they don't even deserve titles, in my opinion. Thank you, Miss SRB again. Kimber is in the house. Welcome back, Kimber. Good to see you. And thank you for the toe jam. I appreciate that very much, dear. Very, very much. Will do, Victoria. Will do. Yeah, see? His mod's even working for him in here. That's awesome. That is so awesome. I appreciate that, Kimber. And I'm sure you do a wonderful job for him. You aim to please. I will aim to please too. Oh, it reminds me of that sign. I think my grandmother had it in her bathroom over her toilet. It says, I aim to please. And then it says, you aim to please, meaning as well. You know what I mean? So, John Boy Cat, it's been a minute. Good to see you, bro. Thank you for joining us today. Mind of Monsters in the house. What's up, Mom? Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Another awesome creator in here. This is going to be one of the creators that's joining us for the marathon on June 9th. There's my doodle. What's happening, doodle bug? Good morning. Hope you're having a great day today. You didn't get a notification. I thought you slept in here. I wasn't sure. I figured you just know, you know. There it is. Thank you, Cassie. Mind of Monsters. Got an amazing channel, folks. For those of you that aren't familiar yet, get familiar. She does a lot of hard work, just like Arctic does, and is amazing at what she does. Again, advocating for all of these missing children and missing people. It's an amazing thing, and these people do a great job at it. And I'm so very honored and very proud to call them friends and to be aligned with them in what we do. I love it, and I appreciate them so very much. Also covered Jody's cousin's case. Oh, okay. Awesome. Good stuff, Arctic. Good stuff. By the way, I love your icon, bro, with the cars in the background. I never did get to tell you that. I think that's awesome. Jacket and everything. I like that a lot. Good morning, Miss Doodle. Good afternoon, I should say. By the way, for anybody that may have issues with it, I've been told that if you are subscribed to a channel and you're not getting notifications from YouTube, which it happens so often, YouTube doesn't do half of what they're supposed to, but it is what it is. My understanding is if you unsubscribe from the channel you're subscribed to and then resubscribe, it will reset it or something, and you'll be able to get the notifications again. Now, I don't know if it works because I've never had to do it, but I've been told it does. So that might be something that you could try and see what happens. I wonder where Brandy's at. That's awesome. I didn't know that you could do that kind of stuff. I'm trying to learn how to do all that stuff. And by the way, I'm going to be getting on this, just so you guys know. For those of you that have been asking me, I don't know if you're all in here, but quite a few people have sent me emails and left me messages on the phone line and things like that about wanting t-shirts and stuff like that. Okay. And I know we talked about this a while ago, and I said, I'm going to get into it. I promise. There's been so much going on. Holy heck, what is going on? Miss Cassie just gifted 5 memberships through the True Crime Cafe, and that's awesome. Cassie, it looks like Miss Kiki's eyes just popped back in, and she got a new membership already. That's awesome. John Boy Cat, El Bariqua, Mina Monsters, Skinny, and Karma Police all got gifted a new membership. That's so very awesome. Cassie, thank you so much, hon. I do appreciate that. I'll be giving back here soon to you guys. I like to give back to the community as much as I can by gifting memberships as well. And holy hell, in a handbag, SRB. What is this, Mother-Daughter Day? Just gifted 5 more. El Bariqua was gifted another one. Aaron Estes Park, Miss Prying Paula, Robert Bell, and Miss Terry Martin all gifted new memberships. You guys are amazing. Thank you so very much for that. Welcome back to all the new welcome back to all the meatballs that were re-gifted memberships, and welcome to the new meatballs. I appreciate that so very much, and we are excited to have you all in the sauce with us today to spill that sauce here and there when we can. That's awesome, guys. I appreciate it so very much, and this is the love of this community. These are 2 of my awesome moderators, and they're still doing it, guys. I love it. In any way, shape, or form, they support this channel, and I love it so very much. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. And guys, if you can, share this out, if you will, and please don't forget to hit the like button. Holy shit. Excuse my language, but damn, bro. Looks like Arctic Fox just gifted 10 as well. We got a competition rolling here now. Claire S. Crafts and Crime. Wait a second. What are you guys doing here? Baby Boop was gifted Heather Mosher, Wendy Wallace, Kiko, Joni Miller, Amethyst Snore, Got Me Stumped, and Sandy Toes was gifted from Arctic Fox. That's so very awesome. Wow. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you so very much. More than you know. And then Doodlebug jumped in right behind and dropped another 5 on that. Claire S. Crafts and Crimes. Natcat, Victrola, I'm sorry, and Green Bean. It's just me, Whitney, Kathy Dugan, all of them. 25 new memberships dropped within a matter of 30 seconds. What the hell is going on, guys? Okay. Miss Kimber just dropped 5 more. Florida baby. Wait a minute. Florida baby. Oh, it was overlapping. Jessica, a Libra's moon. Not today. Ang Lu. Wait a minute. Yang Lu, not today. A Libra's moon, and Jessica all gifted from Miss Kimber too. Good Lord Almighty! I feel like I'm Oprah today. Come on, guys, look under your seats. See if there's something else down there. All this green, I love it, love it, love it. It's a rain in memberships. That's right, Senny. You guys are awesome, and I love you so very much. Welcome to all 30 members in 30 seconds. That's a member a second, folks. That's crazy. You guys are amazing. Wow. Guys, I should have said this before, but I didn't. Down at the very bottom of the screen in the chat, there's a little $sign in a square box. You click on that, open it up, and it allows you to receive gifts, okay? When you can receive gifts, those memberships will go to you. If you don't have that opened up, you cannot receive the free membership. So that is just amazing. You guys, I can't even say thank you enough for supporting the channel like that. I love you guys to death. And welcome. I'm super excited for all these new members. That throws us up to, I think we are somewhere over the realm of close to, or maybe above over 800 and some odd members in this channel, guys. And that's awesome. That's why I love this community so very much. You guys rock and roll, and I love it. Love it, love it. We got 40 people in here with 28 likes, guys. Let's make it match. Netcat, welcome back. Great to see you today. By the way, I wanted to let everybody know this channel is growing insanely, okay? We have gone up by, let me show you real quick here. I can't show you, but I will read it to you. We are now at 8,135 subscribers in this channel. I have a feeling, and one of my producers, Doodlebug, is on a mission, and she has been for months now, to have this channel hit 10 grand or 10K, 10 grand, same thing, as soon as possible. And I have a feeling I kind of said I don't think it's going to happen like that, but you know what? It's coming. I'm looking at this now, and I can almost guarantee if it keeps rolling like this, July 4th, we'll be celebrating more than that. Okay. So, and I want to thank every one of you guys for being a part of that, because we wouldn't be able to do it without you guys. You guys are amazing, and I love it. I do. I don't even know what to say. I appreciate you guys more than words will ever be able to explain. So thank you all for supporting me, for supporting this channel, for supporting the entire community, and all these other channels too, because it is an amazing thing, folks. It really is. So God bless every one of you guys for that. And Doodle, once again, I love you, darling, and I appreciate everything you're doing. You just have no idea. You're amazing, and that goes for all of you moderators that are out there. But Doodle does above and beyond anything she needs to do. I can't tell her to stop enough, and she keeps going. So, you know, I'm not going to get all mushy, but it really does mean a lot to me. It really does. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. I really do. I've been pushing at this for 2 years now, and then some, and I really have pushed hard to make this a great place to be, and I hope that it is. You know, nothing's ever perfect, folks. Nothing is ever perfect, but I continuously try to make sure that it is the very best place for all of you. I really do. And there's Brandy. Welcome, Brandy B. And that's another one. This lady here has been with me longer than anybody, okay? And she has helped me build this complete total community, this channel, everything from the ground up, literally from the ground up, foundation and all. I couldn't have done it without her. She is the one that runs the TikTok account for the channel. She's a moderator and hammer thrower, as I call her, for the Discord and everything. And she's stood by this community and this channel for 2+ years, guys. It never fails. She's always here. So God bless you, Brandy. You know I love you, darling. And I can't say enough about this community, guys. I really can't. And I'm glad to see that we're connecting with other amazing creators and their communities as well. And it just makes me, I get all mushy feeling inside. Thank you, Zelda. And there's Zelda, Miss Zelda. Good to see you here today. And again, guys, I know you guys see this all the time, but these links here, guys, I post these because this is how we make this happen. This pays for YouTube. This pays for the internet. This pays for all the other little things that go along with it. And anybody that donates to these to support the channel, God bless. It's never, ever, ever anything I expect from anyone, but we do definitely appreciate it because it keeps us going. So thank you again for that, Ms. Zelda. Donald's in the house. Welcome, brother. Good to have you here. 35 amazing peeps in here. And now let's see where we're at. Hold on a minute. With 29 likes, we're catching up. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Oh, thank you, Allison. I've always been that way. Any new creator that comes out to this platform, if I get to see them, if I know they're there, I will do everything I can. And you can ask the people in here. I will do anything I can to help anybody succeed. I had a little bit of help in the beginning when I did this, and it's always good to pay it forward, folks. Especially if somebody's coming out here to do some good. Absolutely. I will always back somebody up. Period. I have multiple moderators in here, a couple of the producers in here that have their own channels. I will support and grow them as much as I can. Mama Bear as well. I mean, there's no reason not to. We have to support each other, you guys. We're all we got. I say this all the time. We are all we got. We're all brothers and sisters under the same God. We need to work together instead of against each other. And that's the only way anything is ever going to get any better, by lifting each other up the way we do. So come on, let's do this. Welcome to all the meatballs that are in here today. I appreciate you all so very much. Victrola, is it Victrola? Is she in here, or is that Victoria? Victrola, welcome back. Thank you for that as well, Zelda. And again, thank you for anybody that has donated anything and sent to me via the Amazon wish list. God bless you, especially for the coffee stuff. I love you guys for that. I can't survive without that. Randy Furr, my brother, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'll get a bigger pot, Cassie. I have no problems with that, hon. None at all. And I'm just grateful to have everybody here. Miss Victoria's been a meatball for 4 months now. That's awesome, too. I love it. Love it, love it. I hope you guys stay here as long as you possibly can. I've been talking about that, actually. Mod appreciation or mod application. Were you saying application or appreciation day? I wanted to do a mod appreciation day. I really did. I've done that before. What I've done is, because I do like a music thing every once, maybe twice a month sometimes. And what I do with it is I'll come in here and my son joins me, and I kind of like play DJ for the night and play music and let everybody kick back and enjoy themselves. And my son will sing, and sometimes we'll just joke around and just have a good old time. And that, I usually do that for the moderators because they work so hard, and it gives them a chance to kick back and enjoy themselves. So I don't keep it up afterwards because YouTube don't like that. But I'm breaking the rules a little bit, doing what I'm doing, and it's well deserved. So 100%, Arctic. I agree. We do trivia in here. We do trivia nights. We'll play music trivia, movie trivia, different things like that. I like to break away from what we do because it's so like stressing on the mind. Okay, it's very sad stuff. Okay, and it's very hard to deal with. I'm live 5 days, 6 days a week. Okay. And doing that 5 to 6 days a week, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours a day, it's not good for our minds, you guys. We have to have something to detach from that. We have to have a way to go over here for a while and to let that stuff settle down. Okay. And it's a psychological fact. My wife, I hate talking about it again, but like she's got a couple degrees in psychology, and she's like, you gotta get away from that stuff sometimes. You can't just continuously do that and think you're gonna be okay. It stresses people out. She's right. So we do the music thing, we do trivia stuff. We sit sometimes and just talk about we have a tendency to talk about food a lot in here. And so much that my Discord has a recipe channel in it. It's crazy. Um, but yeah, there's some other things I was looking at doing. I wish, I wish that I could do, and I'm looking at doing it like movie nights. And we did it once or twice in the Discord, but the Discord kind of became an entity that was a pain in the butt. Welcome, Noni McPoppins. Great to see you. Comedy would be awesome, dude. That would be awesome. That'd be great. And that's another thing too. This group of people in here, this community, even the people that are joining most recently, um, they all seem to fit right into the basket with everybody else. Andy, if you want to do that, you gotta get a hold of Miss Brandy. She handles all that Discord stuff, and she can set you up if you want. Oh, there it is. Miss Cassie just put it up. But yeah, Arctic, that sounds like a plan, bro. I love that stuff. We all need to have a laugh. We do. A lot more than we do. Thank you, Cassie. I appreciate that, hon. Now, the only thing I'm going to say, guys, is we do have, and they're not posted, but I'm going to hope that everybody can understand this. The rules for the Discord are, again, the same rules we have in here. Respect each other. Okay? Please respect each other. Don't go into one channel and start talking about one person, then go to another place and just please don't do that kind of stuff is all I'm saying. Let's all get along, respect each other's privacy, of course, and we don't dox and we don't do that kind of stuff. But that's the only thing I'm saying. Because if we're going to continue to or start to grow the Discord again, I'm all about it. I love the Discord because you can ask the people here. I personally go into the Discord and hang out with these people. We talk, we joke, we watch things together. I like spending time with everybody in the community, and that's the best place to do it because we can't do everything here that we can do there. So, if it works and it stays working and it stays together, you know what I mean? I love hanging out with you people. I love it. I do. We have a good time in there. I'll go in there and I'll go into the voice channels and I'll sit here and talk about stuff all night. I've done it. So I'd love to grow the Discord again. I really would. We just got to keep it under wraps. And Brandy, that's Brandy's baby in there. She takes care of that. And whatever she says goes. She's a wonderful, wonderful person. Just don't make her mad. That's all I'm saying, please. Because it's a bad scene when that happens. Thank you so very much, Libra's Moon, for the first super chat of the day. Just because, and I appreciate that. I love the dog. That's another thing, folks. We are all animal lovers in here. I think one of my channels in the Discord is photos of your animals. I mean, the Discord's got quite a few channels in it. It needs to be rearranged and reorganized, but again, Libra's Moon, thank you so much for that. But yeah, I have no qualms with anybody jumping in there. I'd love for it to grow, but we got to keep it together. That's all I'm saying. Thank you again, Doodle, for linking these. Mind of Monsters, awesome channel. And of course, Doodlebug has a very amazing channel she's working on too. That she runs the missing stuff through that channel as well. Acknowledge of me would shock you. Android. That's cool. That's very cool, Donald. Um, I didn't even know Dutchie had a Discord. I'm gonna have to hook up with her in there too. I love the Discord. Like I said, if it stays right, it can be a really nice place, guys. You can have a lot of fun in there. I personally had started before everything got all messed up, doing movie nights with all you guys in the Discord where we watch certain movies or we could watch shows and different things, talk about stuff. I loved it. It was a lot of fun, and everything got all whacked out because a bunch of other stuff started happening. So I'd love to get back to that. I would love to get back to that. Cassie, can you repost what you did so I can throw it back up on the screen for Mind of Monsters to get in the Discord? Thank you, Mind of Monsters, for subbing to Doodlebug as well. Yeah, I would love to jump in to the Discord with you guys over in Dutchies as well. For sure. If she'll have me, of course. One second, folks. One second, please. And don't um um be easy with Brandy. It's a lot. She does all this stuff on her own, so please be careful and take it easy on her a little bit. But that's the way to do it right there, guys. You'll email Miss Brandy at mama350 at AOL.com. Title Discord link and stating your YouTube name. And that's the thing. That's one of my other big rules. I have to leave that with you guys. You need to, because we had problems with this, you need to somewhere have your, if your name is different in Discord than it is here, you need to have your whatever name you come in here on there so we know who you are. That's all. Whether it's on there or it's next to it or something like that. It's not highlighting. Okay. Yeah, please be nice to her. She's so good at what she does, and she does a lot. So just take it easy on her. That's all. Yeah, throw your YouTube name on whatever you're sending to her, so we know who it is. That's all. Because we've had people that literally tried to cause a lot of problems. So. And since we're going to be adding people again, I'm going to, I guess we're going to have to rework all this in there, as do it faster than I was going to. So no problem though. Michael, hello, my friend. Good to see you today. I hope you're having a wonderful day over there, and I hope the weather's not too bad. All right, guys. So we got 40 peeps in here. Make sure everything is in order before we get started. Miss JC, hello, hello. Where'd it go? We'll get rolling here in a minute, guys. We just got a lot going on right now. Oh, hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Where is Miss Sherry today? Hope she's doing okay. And again, if there is ever issue in the Discord, for anybody that's going in new. If you can't get to me, because I'm not always in there, but I'm in there a lot, then go to Brandy or Mama Bear. Um, and then we can handle things from there. All right. I agree. I'm so very lucky. In my opinion, I have the best team in the community. So I'm super, super happy about that. Miss Kyla Delilah, welcome back. Good to have you here. Mr. Sunshine. Awesome. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it, brother. Sub to Dago and Doodle. That's awesome. And it's good to meet you, sir. If that's you, I love I like the way you guys do your icons. Those are really neat. Awesome, awesome. Appreciate you very much. Well, I'm trying to keep it that way, Kyla, but I just have so many things that yesterday I had doctor's appointment and I had, as I told SRB, because she asked me if I was going live, I had to do my wifely duties because I am the housewife. Yes, I am. It's okay. I retired from the fire service and EMS years ago because of an injury, so I became the housewife. And I'm okay with that. I don't mind doing. I don't mind taking care of the love of my life because she works her butt off. She's a phlebotomist and dialysis tech, and works in the medical field, and so she loves it. So she does that, and I do this. I'm sorry, SRB. I didn't mean to, but I just had so much going on. Oh, that's awesome to hear, Kyla. I love it. I know that when I do the late ones, I don't get all my UK people in here, and I hate that because I love the UKers. I do. All of you guys. Michael, I don't get him in here a lot because it's like 3 in the morning. You know what I mean? So that's what my other thing is too, Arctic. I try not to step on people's toes, and so I kind of sit and try to wait and watch when everybody else is live and try to do it after the fact, so that I don't cut into their time or vice versa. So I've always been that way, but I do the best I can. She was here last night, El Beriqua. Yeah, she was in here last night. Miss Brandy said, okay, the ones that emailed me for the link to the Discord, please let me know if it works. A lot of times, you guys, I do the daytime and the nighttime ones because I don't get to cover. There's a lot of people that work during the day and they don't get to see some of the stuff. And that's why I'll go in and do them at night too. Plus, it keeps me busy. No, absolutely. I know you are, SRB. No worries. Hey, Willie, what's going on, brother? Good to see you today. Hope you're having a good day. I know that feeling too, but I don't like sitting here sometimes by myself. That's why I love when Mama Bear, my co-host, is in here with me. I just feel like everybody's staring at me because they are, because I'm the only one here, and having to hear my voice ramble on gets to be irritating, I'm sure. So I hope Molly's okay. Usually, I wanted her to see this. Guys, go get Molly. I sent something to her, but she might still be sleeping, honestly, if she stayed up late last night. Just let her know we're in here. This is Molly's forte here. Okay. Yeah, the movies in the Discord were fun. We're gonna start if we can keep everything right and keep everything rolling the right way. And as it's okay, good deal. Everything worked. Awesome. Miss Andy's in the house in the Discord. Good. Welcome, Andy. Um, but if we can keep all that together like that, okay, I'm gonna start rolling the movie nights. Especially, guys, you'll see one of my favorite holidays is Halloween. Yes, Willard's in the house. You liked that when I did that last time, Cassie. I noticed you got a kick out of it, and now you do it. It's okay, Noni. No problem. Yes. Willie's got his own channel as well. Truth Nation Uncensored. If he would start doing something with it, there it is. Thank you, Miss Cass. Yes, he will always be Willard now. So check out Willie's channel if you can. Subscribe; it'll help it grow, and that's what we're trying to do. Again, thank you, Cassie, and welcome to the people that have just jumped in to the Discord. Welcome, and I appreciate having you there. So anyway, like I said, come around like October. Fall is my favorite time of year. I love doing that kind of stuff, guys. So we will definitely throw that back together again. I love doing it. Thank you, SRB. For those of you that have an iPhone that are trying to join from your phone and you can't, we figured out how you can do that. Miss SRB has that link in there. You can jump into that and it'll help you join the community, the channel through your iPhone. So thank you again, SRB, for that. You went live this morning. Why didn't you tell me? Willie, I'd have been in there. I don't get notifications like that. If you're not, damn it, I will go back and watch on the replay, bro. I'm sure it was good. Miss JCN did very well. Everybody says good. I'll check it out. Everybody else, if you will, please go over there and check out that channel, subscribe so that he can grow that stuff too. We're all here for the good reasons, folks, and that's why I support everybody else. That Rich Brian. Oh, there you go. Good stuff. Oh, no problem, buddy. Never, ever. You know I've always got your back. For all the crap we users. Welcome, Party of Five. Well, I guess it's good we had things we had to do. We can bring everybody else in here with us. So come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Hold on a minute. I got to figure out what my dog's going nuts for. I'll be right back. All right, all right, all right. All right. Let me see here. Malcolm Vix, good to see you today. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Well, hopefully Molly will wake up and jump in soon so she doesn't miss too much. All right, guys, let me get things up and rolling. Brandy, are you okay with all this before I get rolling? Everything good? I don't want you to get overloaded. Hold on. Welcome, JC, to the Discord. Glad to see you here. You're good, Brandy? Okay. All right. All right. All right. Investigator. You made an investigator. I did not get to see that. I'll have to check that out. That's awesome. Let's see here. Oh, Louis, what did I just do? Okay. Hold up. Yeah, I will. Hold on, folks. This is cute. I love it. That's awesome. I love it. Mind of Monsters, the first investigator, even holding coffee in their hand. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. That's awesome. Great job. Even wearing the do not cross tape around the waist. That's great job. Great job, Monsters. I love that. It's an investigator. That's great. I love it. Seriously. And the coffee is what killed it for me. That's amazing. Great job. Great job. Great job. Hello, Nana. Not a drama, Nana. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat, please. That I need that for myself. I definitely need this for myself. This is awesome. I love this too. Something else. You guys got to go check out Mind of Monsters channel so you can check out the community page. Now that I've gotten older, I've come to realize why Bigfoot stays away from people. I'm right there with you. Right there with you. I love it. That's too awesome. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Great stuff. Great stuff, Mom. All right, we got 38 peeps in here with 45 likes. How that happened, I don't know, but I'm grateful. So, oh yeah, like I said, guys, I'm gonna be getting set up with the for those of you that were asking, and then I promise you we'll get started. For those of you that have been asking, we're gonna be I'm gonna get started rolling with the t-shirt thing. Okay. Uh, Clue shared with me the company she uses and how it all works and stuff. So I can link that to my site through Printify and come up with some designs and some sayings, the whole pretend like you like me and hit the like button stuff type. That's what my plan is. I want to get a couple of my logo shirts out there. I'll even throw my face on one if you guys really want to see it. That face that Clue made for me with the cartoon looking face. Whatever you guys want to do, and I'll set it up so that you guys can go in and pick what you want as you want, and they'll make it as they go. So there will be merchandise here soon for those of you that were asking for it. Okay. Uh, of course, there's going to eventually at some point be meatball stuff because people were asking for meatball stuff as well. So hopefully that'll work out. Lord, that child calls me more than my wife calls me. When he's in school, too, he calls me constantly for everything. Caden said hi, by the way, to everybody. But for those of you that are newer, you'll get to know my youngest child, Caden. Um, he's the one that is on the spectrum. He's an awesome kid. We're best friends, and he likes to be involved in a lot of what I do, especially when we do the music nights and stuff like that. But he's a great kid. So he just called me again. I got my pen exploded and I got ink all over me. I tried to wash it off. I can't get. I said, "We'll deal with it when you get home, bud. Just wash your hands as best you can." Melissa D, good to see you. You have a pan of sauce with all of us jumping in and a wooden spoon and Mike. That's right. That would be a good idea, party. That's a great idea, actually. I like that. Um, Somebody else came up with an idea about having a bowl of like meatballs and everybody's name from the community on the meatball, which I thought was neat too. And we'll come up with some ideas. I got some really creative people in here. Well, I will do it. Party of five. I will do it. Molly's very creative. Mama Bear, Doodle. Yes, my son Caden Nana is definitely on the spectrum. Um, and again, I don't like using the term, but he is very, very high functioning. A lot of people don't know it. He was first diagnosed with chronic ADHD. And then as we went back, as he got older, the doctors said, well, I have to tell you, I believe that he's on the spectrum. But he's it's very hard to tell. But there are things that you can tell that Caden puts out that proves it. You know what I mean? So cool. Good. Because I'm not very good at making graphics, guys. You can ask Mama Bear. They get frustrated with me because I don't understand Canva and stuff like that. So I may need to work with some people to help me to do this stuff. I really need help with it. If I can. So yeah, I may have to get with you on that, Mind of Monsters, because I'm trying to actually work on. I have another channel, by the way, you guys. Let me show you real quick. 1 second. And I mean, I'm a toy collector. For those of you that haven't figured that out or haven't heard that, newer people, I collect toys. Me and my son together do that. I've done it since I was a kid. So I have another channel. I haven't done anything yet with it, but it is hold on a minute. And it's just that's more of a thing for me and him to do together with my another friend of mine. If I can find something here. Yeah, I can do that, Stevie. There is the link to my other channel, guys. And I'd love it if you guys could subscribe to it. You don't have to watch it, but it would help us grow that a lot. It's called the Heavy Metal Toy Box, and we just go in and talk about toys and things like that. But yeah, I will play Willie's interview. I 100% will. Stevie 515, welcome. We can throw that into the end of this when we get through this here. Once we get it started, for sure. Thank you, Allison. I appreciate that so very much. Mind of Monsters, you as well. Like I said, we haven't done anything with it yet. I haven't had the time, but we're going to. And like I said, we just go in and talk about my collected collectible things that I have and things that are involving toys and stuff like that. And we do it a lot, stuff together with that. So it'll be fun. Thank you, Donald. I appreciate all you guys very much for that. No, I actually want to. I actually want to, Willie, because I wanted to check it out myself. So we will. How long is it, Willie? All right, all right. 100%, Allison. They really are. Thank you again, SRB. All right, guys. Enough of my running my mouth. Let's get this stuff rolling here. Um, Again, guys, as you're coming in the door, please, please, if you will, hit that like button. We got 46 peeps in here. Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? Okay. Thank you guys for joining me today. That's funny that you said that, Andy. So do I. I'm a huge fan. And I have them tattooed all over me too. I've always been a big, big fan of skulls. This one is made out of pure obsidian. This thing weighs about 15 pounds. So I love skulls. I don't know what it is. I just always have. We need a t-shirt that says, "Welcome to the cafe. Our community has the best." I love that. Dude. Dude. Yes, yes, yes. And thank you for that super chat, brother. Very much. One of you mods, write that down so I don't forget that. I am absolutely going to do that. Welcome to the cafe. Our community has the best balls. I love that, dude. That's amazing. That sounds like some doodle would come up with. That's awesome. I love it. Funko Pops, Joan Jett, Barbie, action figures. I'm a big action figure fan. Andy, big time. Love them all. Yeah, we're gonna put that. We're gonna make that T-shirt happen, bro. I absolutely have no problems with that, Willie. I do not at all. That is gonna happen, brother. Thank you for that. Thank you, SRB. That's happening. Period. I just got to come up with a idea for the like a picture to go with it. I already have one in my head. I think it is very duty. It's very, very duty. I collect comics too, comics and toys. You sent that to me. Thank you, Cass. Awesome. You guys rock and roll. I appreciate it very much. You guys are awesome today, as in every day. And I love you guys to death. I appreciate you very much. Willie, how long did you say your video was, bro? Yeah, this community is amazing. Donald, I agree with you, brother. By the way, just so you know, if anybody has any old toys, G.I. Joe action figures, the little ones, or anything like that that you're going to dispose of, want to get rid of, or of any sort like that, let me know. I like both, Michael. I'm more of a Marvel fan, but I like both. Um, that's awesome, Andy. I love that stuff. But if you got anything you want to get rid of from back in the 80s, 90s, whatever it is, let me know. Please let me know. So I will take it. Taxidermy. That's cool. Very cool. I have 100,000 worth of Marvel Pokemons. No shit. Really? We'll have to talk, Willie. Seriously. The Pokemon's not really my thing. My kids are into that, but See, I told you that that was something that Doodle would do. She just said on the back of the shirt you could put "Grab life by the meatballs and not the noodle." You guys, I'm done. I'm done. We're making this T-shirt. Period. I just got to figure out how to do it. That was amazing. My wife Allison collects strawberry shortcake and Smurfs and stuff like that. Um, she has all these little strawberry shortcake collectibles, and they all used to smell. They still have a very faint scent to them, if you can see them. I don't know. Anyway, and I collect Scooby Doo is one of my favorite scenarios. Um, Charlie Brown. I'm a big, monstrous, big fan of Charlie Brown. The Ghostbusters. I'm surrounded by toys in here. You guys can't see it, but I am. So, one of these days when I get this room flipped around the way I want it, you'll end up seeing all of this stuff because I'm going to have it flipped around so that I can show what I have too. I collect the McDonald's stuff too, some of their toys. Scooby Doo is my favorite in the world, and Charlie Brown. Fat Baby Toodles, what's up, thick infant? Welcome back. Good to see you today. Yeah, I'm a Scooby fan, like to die for, guys. Seriously, I have Scooby Doo stuff all over the place. I think I even have Scooby Doo clothes. I even got my Scrappy Doo. When it's a wind up thing this was from the 70s, by the way, you guys. And his little arms go up and down. And my wife collects like Smurfs, Gremlins. She loves the Gremlins. We have Gremlins. So it's a family affair. Scooby and Scrappy, yeah, I have all that. So I love it. My daughter collected the Beanie Babies. I own all those, Donald. I own all the Scooby Doo cartoons and the Peanut stuff too on DVD and Blu-ray. Back in the day when I was still working and doing well, I got it. I got all that stuff. I'll tell you a real quick story and then we'll get moving, but I'm so sorry to hear that, Andy. That's horrible. I had all the G.I. Joe 3 3/4, the little 3-inch figures, Star Wars, all that stuff. I had it all from back in the 80s and the 70s and stuff like that. And I had about every bit of it, okay? Football, baseball cards, all of that stuff. I collected all that back in the day, my comic books. I moved out of my mother's house when I was 17, about to turn 18, got my own apartment, and I was beyond that stuff at that point. I was too worried about girls and my car and all that stuff, and I kind of forgot about the toys for a while. That would be awesome, Willie. I'd love to see that stuff and talk about it. Maybe, and the Garbage Pail Kids too. I love those. Maybe you'll actually watch my other channel, Willie. I don't know. But so my mother and father were moving out of the home that I grew up in to somewhere else, and they were having a big old yard sale. This story breaks my heart every time I tell this. They didn't know what the stuff was worth. Okay. Everything I had, I kept in mint condition. My action figures. Okay, I'll just give you an example. My Darth Vader Star Wars action figure that had the slide for the lightsaber on the arm that slid out. They don't make them like that anymore, right? Those were all still perfect. Okay, and a lot of stuff I had in boxes. Still, some of it was open, but a lot of it was still in boxes because I was a collector then too. Anyway, all that stuff was in her attic. When I turned like 15, 16, I got away from all of it. And like I said, I got more worried about girls and I was a football player and all that kind of stuff. I got out of that. So they were moving. They took everything they found upstairs, brought it down, and had a yard sale. So all my G.I. Joe stuff was in one box. All of my Star Wars stuff was in another. My comics were in their own boxes, and so on and so forth. Somebody showed up that knew what he was doing. I wish I would have been him anywhere right now. Yeah, you do, Michael. You do. And some guy was looking in the figures were all in one big box. And then there was different. I had like the bigger pieces, the land speeder. I had all that stuff. Somebody offered for the Star Wars, somebody offered, asked her, how much would you want for all this? She wanted it gone. Okay. So I had everything G.I. Joe ever made, pretty much, at least action figure wise, and quite a few of the vehicles too. So I'll just put it this way real quick. She took $50 for all of the Star Wars. It was gone. And I had everything Star Wars made back then. And she took $50 for all the G.I. Joe stuff. She took $25 for all my Transformers. And she took $50 for all of my football and baseball cards and my comic books all together. All gone. Every bit of it. I'm going to tell you right now what I know now about collecting. If I had that stuff right here and now, I wouldn't be doing this like this, guys. I'd be a millionaire. I will promise you right now, I would literally be a millionaire because there was things in there I could have sold. You have no idea. So whoever did it knew what he was doing. He knew what he was getting. He got the steal of a lifetime. So I hope he's enjoying it. He's probably a millionaire now. So that hurt. That hurt. That hurt. That hurt. It was horrific. So, and it wasn't her fault. It really wasn't her fault. She didn't know. She didn't know anything about the value of it. And truly, I didn't either until I got older, or I would have had that stuff. I'd have shoved it up my rear end to hold on to it if I had to. You know what I'm saying? So that's what happened. And so I had to start over. I did literally start over from the very bottom, and here I am now. But G.I. Joe, all the little figures, they came out with, they re-released them about 4 years ago, with these bigger 6-inch versions of them. So me and Caden started collecting those. But I still want to collect the little ones. I want to get my collection back of those littler ones. I love those. I don't, Willie. I don't know how to do that stuff, bro. My mods usually do that. I need to learn, though. I need to learn. What's the matter, Kimber? Did I miss something? What are you talking about, Doodle? Oh, you're helping somebody on the phone. Okay, I got you. Oh, Jesus. When I like the little, get out of here, Doodle. Whatever. Dirty mind, dirty mind, dirty mind. Swear to God. If we do a comedy night, we need to bring Doodle in and just let her sit and talk. That's all it would be. That's all you need to do. Swear to God, Doodle. You're a mess. All right, guys, let's do this thing. That way we can throw Willie's thing up here too. Oh God, Arctic, that's horrible. Your dad had cut. Yeah, see, those are probably worth a mint right now. Unreal. All my Dungeons and Dragons books and all that D&D stuff I had, that's all gone. That was gone. That went. She got rid of that too. I wish I had all the original stuff because I collect that stuff too. I played D&D. I still play Magic with Magic cards. I collect those. I'm a big kid, guys. I really am. Get this on the road. Yes. All right, guys. Here we go. Let me know how the audio is. If there's any problems, please.
They're talking to the doll, and the arms of the doll are on the chair like this. Suddenly they went up and onto the table. Now this didn't frighten them. This intrigued them. to the extent that the one nurse said to the other one, one of the nurses knows a medium. Let's ask her about this. I bet you there's a spirit in that doll. That's what they did. They asked this nurse about it. She said, yeah. She said, I know a woman who was a medium. I'll bring her over, and we'll hold a seance. It was a joke. Just a game. It didn't turn out to be a game. It turned out to be one of the most horrifying experiences they'd ever had in their life.
Hello there. This is the story of Ed and Lorraine Warren and their most haunting investigations. Stay tuned to find out about 5 of the craziest paranormal incidents taken care of by this unique couple. Edward and Lorraine Warren, one of the most recognizable Ghostbusters and paranormal investigators in the U.S. history. While Lorraine professed to be clairvoyant, Ed was mostly a self-taught demonologist and an author. The main reason that led to their wedding in 1945 was their similar interests about paranormal activity. Now let's take a look at some paranormal incidents where this couple was involved. Let's start off with the Snecketer House incident. Alan and Carmen moved into their new home, a house located in Southington, CT, with their 3 sons, a daughter, and 2 nieces. This house had once been a funeral home. They had a neighbor who lived upstairs. In the basement, the family found some mortuary equipment, which included a...
No, the museum has not closed, by the way. I believe it is Ed and Lorraine's son-in-law now runs, their daughter's husband now runs the museum. Everything's still open and still going the way it was. So you guys can still visit it and check it out if you want to go there and check out that stuff. I did see that this morning, Donald. Interesting, very interesting.
Coffin hoisting apparatus, toe tags, a medical gurney, and blood drains. Having these things in their new home made the family very uncomfortable. They had not been in the house for too long when they started experiencing all sorts of evil. This included apparitions. The oldest son, who was undergoing Hodgkin's disease, was going through abrupt, violent changes in his personality. Ed and Lorraine were soon called to investigate this house, and they officially proclaimed the house possessed. Let's hear from Lorraine Warren herself about this incident.
Hi, I'm here with Lorraine Warren, and we have a few minutes just to talk about the truth behind what really happened in the Southington haunting on Meriden Road. Meriden Avenue. Now, what, on your perspective, I know the movie was loosely based on it.
Very.
What happened inside of that house that you can recall?
Okay. Let me say this. We entered the home the morning after we were contacted by Carmen Snedeker and her niece, who was living with the family at that time. And we didn't know too much about it other than the fact that, when she called, she was hysterical on the telephone. When we got there, Ed went right downstairs into the basement area. And I talked to her and her niece for a while. I don't think the husband had moved from New York State to Connecticut at that time. He had to transfer with his job. You see, the son was getting chemo at UConn Medical, and they were actually going back and forth, I think, more than once a week for him. And that was taking its toll. So that's how they happened to come about renting this home that they rented. When Ed and I got into the house itself, we separated and Ed went downstairs. After a little while, I went downstairs. And as soon as I walked into the first room, it was just an overwhelming bad feeling. I had a feeling of fear and like that I probably was picking up from the boy who had experienced what he had in that room, which was his bedroom. I didn't know that that room was a coffin room where the coffins were kept, where they would pick out the families would pick out the coffin. And then I started to walk down the hallway. I'm not seeing Ed, and I knew he hadn't passed me, so I couldn't quite understand where he went. Now, as I walked down the hall, there was little anti-rooms kind of that went off where there were different things stored. I got down to the end of the hallway and I looked to my left and I could see the area where they brought the bodies in, and it was the double doors on that side of the driveway. Then there was 2 prep rooms, and one of them was a bloodletting area and the other was where they would bring the bodies up for viewing. And I thought, oh my God, why would these trappings still be here for a family coming here with a young family? And it was kind of uncomfortable, but I thought, well, they're not buying the house, they're just really renting here. And So I didn't say anything about that. I didn't address that part of the issue. But while I was in this area where they prepped the bodies, I had horrible bad feelings. And why should I have such horrible bad feelings when it was people who had passed, and it was people who were being prepared for burial? But a far more had exactly, I believe, had gone on in that area that the family was not aware of. For one thing, Carmen was not aware that she actually rented a funeral home. She was not aware of that when she did that. So then we went upstairs, and she began talking, and my niece began talking about the frightening things that were happening in the home. The one frightening thing that was happening in the home is that where the niece slept, which was on that main floor of the house in a small bedroom, the covers on her bed would levitate off her. They would levitate right off her. And then you would see something under the covers besides her. And that's really, that would terrify this niece that was sleeping, that was living there with them. So this went on for a period of time. We asked the Catholic priest if he was the parish priest, if he would come and bless the house. And he did. He did come to bless the house, but it needed far more than a blessing of the house, because it just seemed to antagonize what was there. You could stay like the whole night, as we would do, in the home itself. When we were there, we would stay in the master bedroom. Not that we were sleeping, but we were there. And you would hear that chain hoist coming up by itself. So Ed went down there to see if there was anybody doing that. Excuse me, moving that chain hoist like that. There was no one. There was no one down there at all. He could actually see that actually happening at that time. Then there was these two people of science, and they asked Ed if it would be possible for them to go into the house and spend the night with us there in the home and see exactly what they, as people of science, would be able to pick up. They fled in the middle of the night.
Did they ever say what they seen her?
They never ever contacted us again. They left in the middle of the night. They actually moved from the school that they were teaching in Connecticut. They moved to someplace, we were told, in New York State to teach. So they were frightened. They were intimidated by what was there. Then we decided it would be best to talk.
Hold on, guys. I see all your guys' questions. Actually, yeah. Andy, we do that. We get together and have movie nights in the Discord. We'll watch horror movies or whatever. So that's part of what I do. So if we're going to start growing the Discord again and get everybody in there, 100%, I will start doing movie nights again. And it's a lot of fun. So that's what we do.
To the bishop to find out what we could do. The bishop assigned two priests to come. One of the priests was an exorcist. The other was a very high-ranking clergyman, Catholic priest. And they both came there and said masses. They both wrote letters to the bishop that the house required an exorcism, but they didn't want to be the priest, to be picked to be the exorcist. And so the bishop assigned another priest as an exorcist, and the house was successfully exorcised. And I want the people who own that home today, which I told them that it was successfully exorcised, I want them to really, truly know that, because they shouldn't be experiencing anything in that house except the intrusion of the public, which I feel very, very bad for them. Regarding that, I feel horrible for that family. And so it was successfully exorcised. After it was successfully exorcised, there was a big tree out in front of the house. And it was strange. There wasn't a stormy night. It wasn't a rainy night. It wasn't a windy night. And what happened was that a large branch fell from a big tree. There's no big tree there now. I see they have two young trees in front of the house. And it was this one big tree that fell, and it knocked out electricity in a large area of Southington.
And that was right after the exorcism, like after they exorcised the house.
And there was a town meeting that night, and they weren't able to do anything.
Okay. That's interesting. It wasn't. That must have happened not too recently then. Well, we'll get you in the Discord, Mom. Don't worry about that. We figured it out before. But yeah, I guess I didn't know that. Last time I knew it was still open and they were still running the tours and everything. So that's sad. Very sad. I hate to hear that.
Anything because of it. They they weren't able to do anything at all because of that. They weren't able to hold anything. So yeah, so that basically is kind of, you know, to give you an overview. You know, otherwise I could be here for 2 hours telling you everything that actually happened and took place in the house. But
That's a great question, Kyla. I'd like to know that.
Exorcism said there was a blessing done. There was everything done in stages where the Catholic Church was concerned for their welfare.
So, thank you very much.
Let's not forget to mention that the upper neighbor was living without any trouble. After they left the house, the subsequent owners had never reported any kind of supernatural activity. In the winter of 1970, Roger Perron purchased a 200-acre property located in the small country town of Harrisville, Rhode Island. He moved in with his wife, Carolyn, and 5 daughters, Christine, Andrea, Nancy, Cynthia, and April. The family began experiencing strange things happening almost right after they moved in. It started small, like a broom moving place to place in dirt found on the newly cleaned kitchen floor. The girls began to notice spirits wandering around the house. After some research, Carolyn found out the house had been in the same family for over 8 generations. She also learned that some family members had died under mysterious circumstances. Out of all the spirits, the worst one was Bathsheba. It turned out that it was a real person named Bathsheba Sherman who lived in this property in the mid-1800s. There was a rumor about her that she was a Satanist. The Perron family believed that it was her spirit that was causing them trouble. Ed and Lorraine visited their house multiple times during the 10 years they spent in terror. On their last visit, Roger kicked the Warrens out of the house, worried about his wife's mental stability. Let's hear about this incident from Andrea Perron, who is one of the 5 daughters of the Perron family.
That this was bigger, stronger, and more powerful than any of us had ever had a sense of. And none of us moved into that house thinking, "Ooh, I wonder if it's haunted." We were little kids. That concept never occurred to us. My parents are both Virgos, very sensible, very pragmatic, very intelligent, very scientifically based people, both of them. And it took a while for my father to accept the fact that the house was haunted. But meanwhile, my mother was going through incredible turmoil, and my sisters were having experiences of their own. I was having experiences of my own. We could see that my mother was troubled by something. And so we did not impose what was happening with us, the 5 girls, on her. Instead, my sisters would come crawl into bed with me at night, sometimes crying, sometimes trembling, and would cuddle up to me and say, Annie, there are voices in my room and something's moving my bed. There are voices, and they all talk at once, and they all say the same thing. And that's my little sister, Cindy, 8 years old. There are 7 dead soldiers buried in your wall. Over and over, almost like a chant. One voice, but several. 7. And she would crawl up in bed with me and cuddle up next to me and say, just keep me safe, I'm so afraid. And then she would come to me and say, Annie, there's a little girl that walks through my bedroom. She's tiny. She's maybe 4 or 5 years old, and she's crying for her mommy. And she looks just like you. She looks just like you. Well, Cindy didn't know what I looked like at 4 or 5 years old because she wasn't born yet, but she'd seen family photographs. And so she was describing this little girl. And then we thought there were 2 of them, because sometimes the little girl would appear in almost a flannel or a linen gray shift with a little white pinafore. And she looked very healthy and robust. And she'd often carry a book under her arm. And she'd walk through the bedroom. She'd come out of the eaves. She'd walk through the bedroom, and she'd go into the closet with the chimney. And she wouldn't say anything. She would just pass through. But when she'd come other times, she was dressed, she was emaciated. There was nothing left to her. And she was wearing a beautiful, beautiful green velvet full-length dress. That was what she was buried in. And she's been there forever. And she's not the only one. Keep in mind, this house was on property that was deeded, was surveyed by the original John Smith that came to Providence, to the Plymouth plantation at Plymouth Rock. And he did the surveying and the deeding for Roger Williams for the state of Rhode Island and Providence Plantations, which is the actual name of the state. And the reason that Roger Williams parceled out huge pieces of property was to retain the state that he had founded as a colony. It was not a state for many years to come, but Connecticut, the colony of Connecticut, was trying to take their bite out of it, and Massachusetts was trying to take their bite out of it. So he gave vast tracts of land out, and this property was thousands of acres big originally. And the house, as it stands right now, was completed in 1736. So if you do the math, 8 full generations of one extended family lived in that house and died in that house prior to our arrival, and a number of them never left. My mother started doing the historical research. She always said, they're not just passing through. These people are somehow attached to this piece of property. And she began a very exhaustive, extensive research process, trying to determine who had lived in the house, how long they had lived in the house, when they died, where they died, and why they're still there. We found out that the man that was leaning up in the corner of the parlor, the dining room when we moved in, is very likely Johnny Arnold, who crawled up into the eaves of my bedroom and drank horse liniment and killed himself and died an extremely excruciating death. And then there's little Prudence Arnold, who was murdered by a farmhand. She was 11 years old. She doesn't know she's dead. It goes on and on. I can name them all. It doesn't mean that I'm absolutely right. It doesn't mean that the history has it exactly right, but we did our best to try to identify these spirits. And my mother did it with her own purpose. And that was to identify them and then perhaps usher them on, do something to help them move on so that they were not eternally tethered to this property. Time does not exist for them. It's an irrelevant notion for us. It's just how we measure our time on this planet. And we made it up because we had to have some way of saying, we're here for this. But for the spirits, they have absolutely no notion of time. And they're also tethered to that property. And I know that they are because about 20 years after we left, my sister Cindy and Nancy, 2 of my sisters, decided that they wanted to go up to the farm and they wanted to visit. And the woman who owns the farm now was very gracious and she allowed them to come in. And the first thing that happened is they got put, what Cindy always called being put in the bubble, where you can scream at the top of your lungs and a person that's 10 feet away won't hear you and won't know that you're in trouble and won't know that you're in distress. And they immediately got put in the bubble and felt hands on their faces and their hair being played with. And they both, without talking to each other, felt it. And the woman who owns the house now was talking to them and they couldn't hear her. It was like Charlie Brown's teacher. They couldn't even discern what she was saying because they were being spoken to directly by the spirit that was there to protect them from the evil presence in that house. And they sensed both of them. And she got right up in their faces and she said, "Oh my God, it's you. You're back." I took my father back there last year for the first time in 30 plus years that he had stepped foot on that property. He was immediately approached. I never walk into that house that something doesn't go flying, that a light just sparkles through the room. And it's their way of acknowledging us and recognizing us and telling us that they do. And so when I finished the books, it took 3 years to write all 3 books. And I did it to the exclusion of all else, quite literally. My mother says I lived on catnaps and coffee for 3 years. But when I walked into that house after it was done, I felt enveloped as though I was being steeped in drawn butter, a sense of love and acceptance that I had never, ever felt in that house before. And it's because they know I've told their story. They know I've told it well, and I've been honest, and I've treated them fairly. And that includes Bathsheba. Bathsheba Sherman was a very young woman when she lived in that house. And she was in charge of an infant. She was about 16 or 17 years old. That baby died. And when the doctor examined the corpse, found that a needle had been impaled in the base of its skull and it had convulsed and died. Consequently, she was accused of murder. And because Burrillville, the town, was not even incorporated then, she had to be, there was an inquest and she was taken to Chepachet, Rhode Island. And she was let off the hook, a la Lizzie Borden. She talked her way out of it. There's no way to know if she did this thing or not, this horrible thing, if she did this or not. but it didn't even matter because she was tried in the court of public opinion. And that woman lived her entire lifetime being called a harlot, being called a devil worshiper, being called a witch, that she had sold her soul to the devil for eternal youth and beauty. It is so much a part of the vernacular. It is so much a part of the folklore of that area of Rhode Island. Bathsheba Sherman was known far and wide, and she had 4 children, and they all died before the age of 4 years old. And she went from being a young, ravishing beauty to a shriveled, crippled horror of a woman who had a reputation for brutalizing her farmhands and her staff, who had a reputation for just being evil and bitter and vindictive. And her death certificate lists her death caused by paralysis. And
yeah, guys, I'll tell that story here too soon. There was a moment I was doing a live stream here and something physically touched me. I think Molly has the video, and it was recorded, screen recorded. It was crazy. Just saying. Shel Jarova, welcome. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. So yeah, I'll tell you guys that here after this.
And the doctor who examined her said her body had literally turned to stone. She died in 1885.
The family wasn't able to leave the house due to financial instability. They continued to live there until 1980 when they were finally able to move out. By this time, the spirits were silenced. This story has inspired the famous film The Conjuring.
We're going to do that too, Andy. That's part of what we do on Paranormal Fridays too. And I'm going to open up stuff and we're going to talk about it and all. Absolutely. And for those of you that may just be watching in the background, may have just jumped in chat, what we're doing is we're looking into Paranormal Friday. We do this every Friday. We go into different variations of stuff that involve the paranormal. And today we're looking into Ed and Lorraine Warren and their story and their experiences, the real life experiences. So,
Peggy Hodgson was a single mother who lived with her 4 children in a house located in the Green Street in the North London suburb, Enfield. In the August of 1977, police arrived at her house as she reported that her family heard strange knocking in their walls. One of the policemen witnessed an unimaginable scene of a chair that dragged itself right in front of him. For the next 18 months, stories of even crazier phenomenon were reported, which included furniture being thrown around the house and the voice of an old man talking through one of the sisters, Janet. The Society of Physical Research came to know about this haunted house and sent 2 of its members, Maurice Gross and Guy Lyon Playfair, to investigate the family. Eventually, events in the house just stopped, but not before Janet spent time in London's Maudsley Psychiatric Hospital. She is still clearly affected by happenings in the house. "I know what I experienced. I know it was real," she says, in a new Apple TV Plus 4-part drama documentary series about the phenomenon. "It follows you. It has never left me."
You're fine, Allison.
The Conjuring 2 film is based on this story.
Please enjoy.
Let's check out an interview with the 2 possessed sisters.
These teenage sisters believe they're haunted by a poltergeist.
I was going to ask the same question as I asked earlier. How many voices are there?
600.
600 the voices.
I know the joke.
How many really are there, Margaret?
I think so far we've had 10
Three.
Sensible voices, but the rest of the names are absolute rubbish.
11-year-old Janet Hodgson appears to be the focus of many of the strange happenings in Green Street, but they also affect her 14-year-old sister Margaret and their younger brother Billy. One of the first manifestations was when Lego bricks began to fly at high speed around the living room.
How does it feel to be haunted by a poltergeist?
It's not haunted.
Why isn't it haunted?
I don't know.
Does it frighten you, the things that happen here?
Oh, well, it did first, but now I've got more used to it. And learn to accept the things that happen. He slung covered at Mum. That idiot man. Slung a bookshelf at Margaret.
Have you tried telling it to go away?
Yes, many times. Nothing.
And what does it reply?
No, it won't. It's staying another 6-7 years.
The local police could find no explanation for the knocking either. They were even more baffled when 2 of their beat constables reported seeing an armchair levitate across the Hodgsons' living room.
It came off the floor, or nearly a half inch, I should say, and I saw it slide off to the right, about 3.5 to 4 feet before it came to rest. I checked to see whether or not it could possibly have slid along the floor. I placed a marble on the floor to see whether or not the marble would go in the same direction as the chair did, and it didn't roll at all. I checked for wires under the cushion of the chair, and I could find no explanation at all.
Maurice Gross is an electronics engineer and an investigator for the Society for Psychical Research.
Over here was Janet, and over here, in this bed here, was Margaret.
It was in the same bedroom a month later, with all the family present, that Maurice Gross first challenged the poltergeist to talk.
And this was actually the result. You'll hear here the whistling first of all, and then the barking.
Here is this.
The barking here is quite extraordinary, actually. I then said to it, as I said on the tape here, I then said to it, if you can whistle and bark and groan, then you can talk. And I asked it to actually say my name.
Well, just a minute. We'll try again. I want you to call out my name. It's my complete name, Maurice Gross. See if you can do that. Hello. Very good. Let me hear you say my name again. Come on, let me hear you say my name. Come on, my name's Maurice. Let me hear you say it. Maurice.
Now that was the first time we heard the voice, and since then we've been hearing it again and again, and it's been getting louder and louder.
What about the voices? When did the voices start?
December the 12th.
December the 12th?
Yes.
And how did they start?
Well, one night Mr. Grove was talking about it about 8:30. He said, all we need now is the voices to talk. And that night I went to bed, and I can't remember exactly what happened. And
what's that knocking?
yeah, can hear it now. I was doing that yesterday morning, and Peggy was on her own. So she come in to us, because it wasn't her, she come in. We sat together and we heard it. And I counted how many knocks, and there was 14 altogether. And it's doing it again now.
That was 3 knocks just now.
Yes, it goes in 3s and 2s. How we first got contacted, this was when Mr. Gross said, if there's anyone there, knock twice for yes, and if not, one for no.
I wonder if we did that now, whether it would answer. Is anybody there? Is anybody there? Nothing.
It doesn't always do it to order. No, it doesn't. It goes in spasms. Like we're talking now. It may not now, after you've said that, but it won't do it when you want it to, straight away. No.
What about the voices? They sometimes say things and make answers. Is that the voice now?
Yeah.
Is anybody there? How many voices are there?
Dirty Dick, Andrew Garner, and Stuart Thurton.
Dirty Dick, Andrew Gardner, and Stuart
Thurton.
Oh, has he ever spelt that for you?
No. Mr. Ghost asked him, but it's like distract Mr. Ghost last night when he asked. Some time ago.
And what do you think these are? Are they people or are they just voices?
Could be spirits, I don't know. Maybe it's a ghost, a spirit speaking for us somehow. No. We don't get this at Stories Voices though. Because when we're all separate, it's not so strong.
Just when you come near each other?
Yeah, like here, or our aunts will like we're together, or in Peggy's next door.
And Janet's, your voice is stronger, isn't it? It seems to be the strongest.
Yeah.
When you hear the voice and it comes out, where does it come from? Here, your throat?
No.
Where do you feel it comes
Back
from?
of the neck. Back of the neck.
And so it must be as if it's somebody else speaking there when you hear it.
Behind us.
And do you get the feeling when you hear the voice that there is a person there?
Yes.
Yeah. And do they tell you much about themselves?
Not really, no.
They just tend to growl and
play around and sort of joke and be silly. No.
I wonder, do you think there's anyone there just now?
Yeah, I do.
Who's that?
What?
Who's that, Janet?
Pardon? Stuart Thurton.
Stuart Thurton, and he's one of the voices.
Yeah.
Why do you think he comes and speaks through you?
To annoy us.
Does he ever say anything nice?
Well, don't know really.
Shall we try and speak to him? No. We'll see if he'll speak to us.
Yeah.
Is anybody there?
No.
Who's there?
Doctor Who.
Doctor Who?
Goose chasers here.
Mr. Gross, a lot of people, hearing these voices produced by the children, will simply say that they are very good ventriloquists and that this is all a hoax. How would you react to that?
Certainly not. They're certainly not very good ventriloquists. We have had tests on them to see whether they can ventriloquize. They can't. To keep up this particular type of voice for any length of time without damage to the vocal cords is absolutely impossible. I mean, there must be some hoarseness attached to it. But don't forget, these children don't do this for a couple of minutes or so. They do it for lengths of periods up to 3 hours, and without any hoarseness or sore throats whatsoever.
Well, perhaps, Guy, perhaps you've got something to say to them.
Yeah.
I'd like to know how you make this noise without bashing Janet's vocal cords to pieces. If I do it for half a minute, I get a sore throat. Joe?
Guy Lyon Playfair is an author of books on the paranormal, with experience of poltergeist cases in Europe and Brazil.
How do you do it, mate?
God, they're cowards.
Don't you ever get a sore throat, Janet?
No.
Sure.
Yeah.
You never get pain in the back of the neck or something?
No. Oh, what do you mean? I saw you. I'm not with you. What?
Oh, you're with me now? Really?
Sensation in the back of the neck. Yeah.
Well, tell us about that.
I've been like,
No, tell me about that. You get it? Did you get it now? Buzzing in the back of your neck.
Yeah.
Do you feel it vibrating as if it was sort of
No, like someone
what?
put their hand on the back of my neck like that.
Poltergeists seem to thrive on an atmosphere of tension that is partly sexual. The fact that most of the focuses are adolescents seems to contribute to the mischievous nature of the effects, leading some to suggest that the kids are faking or enjoying a laugh at the expense of the investigators. But to create all the bizarre effects that went on in this house either involves a gigantic conspiracy with the neighbors or a disruption in our laws of mind and matter.
In the movie, most of the investigation about this family's terror was done by the Warrens, though. In real life, they did do the investigation, except to a far lesser extent. Up next, we have the true story of Annabelle, which had inspired a series of movies. In all the Annabelle movies, Annabelle is basically a porcelain doll, which looks like she has a tone of makeup on her face, though in real life, she is just an Anne doll and looks much ordinary. The Annabelle doll was gifted to Donna, a young nurse, on her 28th birthday by her mother. Donna shared it with another nurse, Angie, as they both lived in the same apartment. The doll was seemingly adorable, but before long, the two women began to notice that it moved around the apartment, place to place, by itself. Then, some time later, the women started finding notes all around the apartment. They claimed that the notes were written on parchment paper, which they didn't even have in their home. Strange things just continued happening in that apartment. Following their traumatic experiences, they invited a medium over to their apartment to help solve what seemed like a paranormal problem. The medium claimed that the doll was inhabited by the spirit of a deceased 7-year-old named Annabelle Higgins, whose body had been found years earlier on the site where their apartment building had been built. They also said that the spirit simply wanted to be loved and cared for. The women felt bad for the spirit and allowed her to live in the doll permanently. Donna and Angie eventually attempt to get rid of the Annabelle doll's spirit. This is where Ed and Lorraine Warren were alerted. They believed that the major problems the two women faced occurred when they started to give the doll their sympathy. They also believed that there was a demonic force within Annabelle in search of a human host and not a benevolent soul. They said that the spirit just manipulated the doll in order to get recognition and was actually looking to possess a human host. Now let's hear about this incident from Ed and Lorraine themselves.
But I know you've had thousands literally of cases.
Oh, God, yes.
And I also know that you have a museum on your property.
Yes.
Now, Ed, would you want to just tell a little bit about some of the things, perhaps, that are in that museum that are really fascinating, scary things, perhaps, that you've collected over the years?
All right, I think one of the most famous would be Annabelle.
Mm-hmm.
This is a Raggedy Ann doll that's made like thousands of other dolls, except that this doll was used in communication, almost like having a seance.
Mm-hmm.
A nurse had received the doll 1971 as a present, a Christmas present from her mother. And the doll stands about 3 foot high. And she would take it to bed with her at night. That's common enough for girls to do. I take a pillow. Some people take a doll. Girls are like that, even 28-year-old ones. And after a few nights, she lived with another girl who was a nurse. Both of them St. Hartford or Hartford Hospital.
It was Hartford Hospital, right?
And they were on the same shift, and so they worked together. They lived together. They shared the expenses. And one morning, she got this idea to bring the doll from the bedroom into the kitchen where they were having breakfast, and she put it in a chair. And she said, "Oh, Raggedy Ann here's going to have breakfast with us today," joking around. Okay, well, that was a joke. Then the next thing,
Bless you.
the next thing, she put it down again the next morning, and the next morning. But the third morning,
I have a story to tell you guys about Jason
And the
Hawes
arms of the
as well.
doll are on the chair like this. Suddenly they went up and onto the table. Now this didn't frighten them. This intrigued them to the extent that the one nurse said to the other one of the nurses knows a medium. Let's ask her about this. I'll bet you there's a spirit in that doll. That's what they did. They asked this nurse about it, and she said, yeah. She said, I know a woman who was a medium. I'll bring her over, and we'll hold a seance. It was a joke, just a game. But it didn't turn out to be a game. It turned out to be one of the most horrifying experiences they'd ever have in their life. And I've talked with people just recently, as recent as 2 months ago, who know the two nurses. And even today, they don't like to talk about it. They'll never come to our lectures. And they don't want to talk about Raggedy Ann, Annabelle at all. So now the woman held a seance, and she said, there's a spirit of a 6-year-old girl in that doll who was killed in an automobile accident just outside of your apartment house here. Well, there was a 6-year-old child by the name of Annabelle who was killed. But God does not allow the spirit of a child to go into a doll. This was a demon who was posing as that little child to create sympathy to these two young women, which it did. Now this was no longer a doll. This was a child. They would take it for rides. They'd talk to it. They'd buy clothing for it, jewelry. They treated it just as though it was that little girl who was killed, Annabelle. Now they were giving it a lot of recognition. Soon after the first seance, things would happen in their house, what we refer to as infestation. There'd be knocking sounds. They'd see flashing lights in their bedroom at night, shooting across the room. The bed would shake a little bit. It would get icy cold. They'd hear whispering, which we call magic whispering. Now, from time to time, these girls would change shifts, but they were getting a little scared now. So they decided to stay on the same shift all the time, 4 to 12. They leave the doll in the bedroom. They come home after midnight, put the key in the door, unlock the door, and who do you think is standing there? The Raggedy Ann doll.
Standing there.
Now, that doll has flimsy legs. You try to stand it up, you can't. But I've seen that doll stand. I've seen a lot of things happen around that doll. Well, this still didn't scare them. But one of the fiancés of one of the girls was against all of this. He said, burn the doll, throw it away, get rid of it. It's evil. Well, he falls asleep one afternoon, a Saturday, and the doll is in a chair not far from him, and the girls are cleaning up the apartment. He wakes up with a start. He said, my God, what a nightmare. He said, I dreamt that doll was strangling me. He had marks on his throat. Was it psychosomatic? Well, let's see. He gets up, he looks at the doll in the chair.
Carito, this is a story that Ed Warren is telling about the Annabelle doll, the real life Annabelle doll, the story behind the true story behind it, I guess I should say, and what they experienced with it personally. So, right, Doodle.
Picks it up and throws it right across the room. You're nothing but a rag doll. You couldn't hurt anyone. With that, Tony, 7 psychic slashes appear on his body. Wow. Now, we've seen these kind of slashes. We've filmed them. These slashes come from nowhere. The blood came right through his shirt. The nurses witnessed this. Then, a huge chair rolled across the room. Pictures on the walls came off, started smashing and breaking. Loud pounding sounds. Now they were all frightened. They called the High Episcopal Canon in Hartford, Connecticut. He called Father Richard Nolan, an exorcist, and Father Nolan called us. We went to the apartment. Exorcism was performed immediately over the 3 people, and the apartment. I brought that doll back to my museum. Now, why would I have something like that in a museum? Evidence, proof. The skeptics, the atheists, the first thing they attack you with is, where's the evidence? Where's the proof? This never happened. I not only have the doll, I have film, I have recordings, I have eyewitness accounts from credible people who have seen these phenomena happen in and around that doll. A priest comes to my home one day, young fella, has his rectory right here in Connecticut. Ed, I'd like to take you and Lorraine for a ride in my new car. Very proud of it. We went with him. When he took us back, he said, what about this doll everybody's talking about? Because we'd shown it on Channel 18, on a TV show around. Could I see it? I understand it put slashes on people. I brought him into the museum. It's in a chair. He looks at it. Just like the guy in Hartford. He walks right over to it, never said a word. Picked it up and threw it right across the room. God is more powerful than a devil. I said, yes, Father. God is more powerful than millions of devils. But he wasn't. He found that out. Less than an hour later, driving home on Route 84, his brand new car went out of control. I know what he's talking about because the same thing happened to Lorraine and I when we talked about Amityville one time on Route 84. You can't control the car. Half of his car was sheared off by a tractor-trailer truck. He should have been killed, but he lived. God will only let the devil go so far. The last thing he remembered seeing was the image of that doll. Well, then a detective comes to our house. We're working on the murder of a little child. Lorraine often helps the police through her clairvoyance. I through my knowledge of ritual magic murders. After we're through, he said, Ed, can I go out to the museum and look around? Sure, I brought him out. Now, this is a homicide detective. You were a cop. These guys are tough guys. They're used to seeing crazy sights, right?
Mm-hmm.
He looks around and he said, you know, of all the things in this building here, that doll there, I can't take my eyes off of it. Raggedy Ann. It was still in a chair. Just then, the phone rang. It was a personal call. I told him I'd be right back, not to touch anything in that building.
Mm-hmm.
Everything in there was unholy, unblessed.
Right.
Well, I'm up there talking on the phone. I wasn't even there 10 minutes. When all of a sudden, I hear him coming up the stairs. This guy's a big guy, 6'2", 6'3", over 200 pounds, all muscle, used to seeing grisly sights. He's shaking. I was going to call an ambulance. There was no 911 then. Called an ambulance, said, no, Ed, it's not that. I said, what's wrong? I just don't want to talk about it. He was embarrassed. Lorraine walked in. He looks at Lorraine. He said, I'll talk to Lorraine about it. I don't want her to ever mention it again. She didn't have to. I knew what he did. I went back down into the building. Everything was knocked over. He had picked up the doll. He had picked up that inanimate object. Its aura mingled with his aura. And something so terrible occurred to that man that he resigned from the police department 3 months later. But that's not the end. We had a group
It's almost the end of the show. We're almost out of time. So
We're almost out of time.
if you could quickly end that one.
A group of college students came one day. One of them said there's nothing but a bunch of bunk. I don't believe in it. He went over to the Raggedy Ann doll, which is in a case, knocking on it. He said, this doll can't do anything. I dare it right now to put slashes on me. I put him out of the building. Less than 3 hours later, that boy was dead. His girlfriend, who had been with him on a motorcycle, said he was laughing about the doll, smashed into a tree, head on, was killed instantly. His girlfriend was in a hospital for over a year.
That's
We
unbelievable.
don't challenge devils. I think we got a picture of it.
That's
Raggedy Ann
unbelievable.
there.
Yeah, I think we do somewhere here.
The Lorraines simply took the doll to their home, which is now a museum, and locked it up in a box made of wood and glass forever. Now let's talk about the Smurl haunting. The Smurl family moved into what seemed like a cozy home in 1986 on Chase Street, West Pittston. Their first few days went great until they saw that some kind of force threw the family's dog across the room. The girls even got attacked at night by some paranormal force, and the grandmother got a heart attack after she saw a black cloud in the house with a malevolent force. The family just couldn't believe what was going on, and the fear kept increasing through the days. A strange, putrid smell emerged inside the house, which could not be explained. This caught the attention of the Warrens. Lorraine spent extensive time sitting with the children and touring the house to try to connect with whatever was inhabiting the home. She identified a demon or poltergeist-like entity that was using the spirits of a harmless old lady, a violent girl, and a man who died in a car accident to corrupt the family. Ed tried his best to use religious provocations against the demon. The news of the incidents occurring in this duplex house spread throughout the neighborhood and in the local media. The Catholic Church sent a priest to spend some time in their home for obvious reasons. The priest left after a few days as nothing demonic was happening. Now let's hear about this incident from Ed and Lorraine themselves.
On the Smurls. Is that what most people do?
Yeah, the Smurls were the all-American family, really. You know, they were civic-minded. They had, in fact, Jack Smurl had started the first girls basketball team in West Pittston. They were all around American family. So people would say, well, what did they do to open up the doors? They didn't do anything. They are what we call the chosen ones. When I say chosen ones, this family here, very religiously oriented, good Catholics, good Christians, were picked for one purpose. God wanted to show his power over evil, and these were the people he did it through.
It says here, in one particularly horrifying event, Janet recalls being downstairs in the basement doing laundry when she heard a faint voice call out her name. She looked the basement over quickly, and the source of the voice, but she couldn't find anything. Again, she heard her name, Janet. Her fear heightened as she spun around. She knew no one was home, yet she had the distinct feeling that she was not alone. When the voice called a third time, Janet responded, "What do you want?" The voice did not answer, but continued to call her name. Now, what's that?
You know how many people hear voices like this? in their homes. They hear the wife pull up in a car, open the door, come in, set the groceries down. The husband will yell up, "You're home, honey?" He goes up, there's nobody there. These sounds come through telepathy. They're telepathically projected to the listener.
Now,
this is what she was hearing.
Now you also notice, Tony, now they're beginning to show fear.
Yeah, because it says here that she immediately located her rosary beads and began praying.
Yes.
And it says, in another incident, while folding clothes one afternoon, Janet felt a sudden chill enter the room. She glanced up and watched as a dark figure, human in form, glided past her and made its way to the living room. With a paralyzed fear, she just stood and stared.
Yeah.
After a few moments, she mustered the strength to follow the path of the dark visitor into the living room, which she found to be empty. Shaken, she decided to visit Jack's mother, Mary, who lived in the other half of the duplex. Upon entering the other half, Janet noticed that Mary was visibly upset. She sat upright in her rocking chair, gripping the arms of the chair. Before Janet could explain the strange event that had just occurred, Mary explained that a dark figure had just come through the wall and passed through the house.
Shadow ghosts. Shadow ghosts are the most dangerous. They can actually solidify to the extent that they're almost like cement.
And of course, Tony, they could walk right through the walls.
Oh, no
Doesn't
problem.
mean anything whatsoever. But now both women are frightened, so now they're feeding it.
Says there were also incidents that occurred in full view of more than one family member. An exceptionally disturbing event occurred one night in the summer of '85. While lying in bed, curled up in Jack's arms, Janet suddenly felt a force grab her leg and begin to pull her from the bed. Jack recalls it was like a tug of war going on. I was holding on to her as hard as I could because I had no idea what the thing wanted to do to her. But the harder I tried to keep her next to me, the harder it pulled on her. Eventually, the force subsided on its own. That same night, both Jack and Janet were subjected to horrible pounding, mysteriously coming from the inside of their wall, and a stench so horrible filled the room, they were forced to leave. Now, what do you think was happening there?
Yeah, well, what happens here is that solidification takes place around Janet's leg, almost as though something was grabbing her, and pulls her out of the bed. Fortunately, Jack was holding on to her. But most of the time, the husband can't even hold on to the wife. She's just pulled right out. These are, again, all the beginning stages of infestation. Much worse things are going to take place in this family. The levitations, the smells, the odor that they smelled.
Yeah, that's the demonic.
Yes. Inhuman spirits, devils or demons, hate human beings. They were created by God. They go into the dark areas during the light hours of the day. Where do they go? They go into the graves, into these old ancient graves. They love to see a body deteriorating. This was God's creation. That's why when people say, "Oh, this thing entered the room and I could smell this foul thing like garbage or something dead," that's because this thing has been in the grave somewhere.
Oh, boy. No family member was exempt, it says. The children complained of people floating around their beds at night and intense fluttering sounds as if a large winged beast were in the room. On more than one occasion, the younger children, Karen and Shannon, were tossed from their beds, thrown across the room like rag dolls. Jack would run to the screaming children, finding them in a heap on the floor, bruised and frightened. And it says even the family dog, Simon, was subjected to the phenomenon, coming to the aid of Janet, who was being choked by an invisible force. And then it just says the dog was, and it says a question mark. The incidents could no longer be ignored. Although they had talked about it before, Jack and Janet now giving serious consideration to the idea that their problem was beyond that of logic and reason. What they were experiencing was something unnatural. Events were getting worse, near to the point of fearing for their lives and the lives of their family. They decided it was time to actively seek outside help. During her days, Janet spent researching the paranormal, and although she learned that her family was not only one to experience these types of phenomena, the books offered no real explanation as to why these events were occurring or how to make them stop.
That's true.
Their reading provided nothing more than the documentation of events or fantastical fiction about demons in the demonic underworld.
That's all good and fine, SRB, but that don't solve the damn problem. The problem is that it was there to begin with. So I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. It's good that he could do that, though. That's really good. Dude just set himself on fire outside Trump hearing. What the hell? See, people are crazy. Yeah, absolutely, Andy. We can do that. I kind of planned on allowing for that to happen for anybody that would want to do that. So
It seemed as if no one really knew what was happening. The Smurls were finally given a break in their exhaustive search for help when in 1986 a professor from the local college gave them the name of Ed and Lorraine Warren. You know those two people?
Now, Tony, this is kind of strange. That professor at that college, we helped his mother.
Did you really?
In an apartment in New York.
And one time coming back from the Smurls' home, we were almost hit on. And I swerved the car on the Henry Hudson Parkway. the other car hit the back of my car, knocked it out of control and right up onto the grass. And naturally, we were out of commission. So the police came along and they took Lorraine to a telephone. And where'd they take her? Right where this professor had lived, where she had phone, right where he lived.
Tony, in New York City?
In New York City.
New York City, like the biggest city in the world almost.
Yeah. Tony, this is the first case after Ed's heart attack in 85.
Go ahead. You had your heart attack in 85, and the first case you went out was
the
this
first case, right after that.
It says here that once you arrived, it didn't take long to determine the nature of the problem. In short, the Warrens found what was a story told to be the family paralleled that of a typical demonic attack case. The phenomenon purportedly displayed in the household, coupled with the sincerity of this upstanding family, was enough for the Warrens to consider this valid and a serious case. Psychic evaluations conducted by Lorraine have revealed that there were indeed several entities involved in the Smurl case. 4 entities had been identified, 3 human spirits and 1 demonic. Although the 3 human spirits were of no less concern to the Warrens, they knew that what they were really up against was a demon, an entity that was never human to begin with. Tell me about that.
Okay, now this is the first day in the house. And Ed had brought, you know the box, Tony, that he has that has all the first-class relics in it?
Right.
All of those first-class relics have been given to us. We never actually sought any of them out. And we have all the papers from Rome concerning them. Ed took them up, and he put them on the bed in the master bedroom. And he and I sat on the bed, and he put on this music, this chanting music. Gregorian chanting music. And he had it on real low, and we were saying...
This is provoking what's in that house. Evil spirits hate Gregorian chanting. They hate prayers.
And we
hate the name of Jesus or God.
And we were praying. We were saying prayers out loud together. And with this, Tony, there were louver doors on the closet. But the carpet was so thick, and they never had the doors planed down. So you had to, like, pick the doors up, you know, to open them or close them. And going back and forth like crazy, the doors were. Then the television lit up, but it wasn't plugged in. Then all the things... Then all the things that were on the bureau began to dance all around.
That infestation phase becomes the gateway to phase 2, oppression.
Right.
It says the purpose of the oppression stage is to weaken the body and mind, and more simply, to destroy the human will, so it can no longer fight back.
Well, when they're talking about oppression, what they're talking about here is it's similar to having an invisible being alongside of you, whispering negative thoughts, discouraging thoughts, frightening thoughts into your mind. That's where the oppression comes in.
It's going to have people plot against each other within that Christian family.
Fights.
It says it was during this stage that the devil begins to reveal his true self. Then it says here the activity suddenly stopped. Jack, having seen the ability the Warrens had to start and stop the demonic activity, felt washed over with a wave of relief. The next step for the Warrens was an obvious one, now having proven to them that this was indeed a true case of demonic infestation. They suggested to the Smurls that they contact a priest at their church and have an exorcism performed in the house. Janet contacted the church as the Warrens instructed. Smurls began being a religious family and an active in church, were hopeful that an exorcism would rid their family of the demon. The response they got from the church, however, was not the one they expected.
Nope.
Both Janet and Smurl and Lorraine tried on several occasions to get a priest from the local Roman Catholic Church to visit the house. Every attempt was unsuccessful. What happened, right?
One time after traveling all the way down there to meet with this priest and talk to him, he told me he didn't have time for me that day because there was a couple coming. That
was the chancellor we were talking about.
No, this is the parish priest first coming. That he didn't have time to talk with me because of the fact that he had to instruct a couple that were going to be getting married.
Says without even taking the time to say so, the church had made it very clear that they wanted nothing to do with a case of demonic attack and no intention of performing an exorcism.
No, they didn't.
In the 13 prior years, the Smurls had experienced every possible terror as part of the demonic attack, including the physical destruction of their home, mysterious bite marks appearing on their bodies, strange shadow creatures roaming their house, being thrown across rooms by invisible hands. As horrible as those events were, they seemed to pale in comparison to the realization that their own church had turned its back on them.
And they didn't lose faith.
Now, that's amazing that they didn't.
They did not lose their faith, Tony. Not once did they lose their faith.
Because it says here their entire lives had focused around the church.
It did.
The Smurls passed the values of the church down to their children as they had been passed to them through parents. They attended Mass every week and had remained heavily involved in church activities. The faith in the Smurl family was remarkably strong.
It was.
And now, when they needed its help the most, the church had denied them. It was painful, angering, and frustrating all at the same time. The news came as equal surprise to the Warrens, whose faith in the Roman Catholic Church is of particular relevance to their livelihood and spiritual well-being. And Lorraine told the Smurls to remain faithful. They would contact a friend of theirs in the church whom they had worked with on several occasions, he would help.
Right.
Meanwhile, the Warrens arranged for an exorcism from another priest, and the Smurl house was fervent with demonic activity at that point. It was as if they were being punished by the demon for seeking help. Activity heightened in both frequency and intensity. In what was likely the most terrifying experience in his life, Jack recalls the night he was physically and sexually attacked by a succubus.
But this was
tell
a
me what that
horrible.
succubus is?
Yes, a succubus is a demon who attacks the male physically and sexually. The incubus attacks the female physically and sexually. These are the most horrendous types of attacks, as you'll hear Jack's description of it now.
It says here, the following quotes were extracted from a taped interview with Jack Smurl, and this is what Jack says. To be honest, I even hate to think about her. Her skin was paper white, but it was covered in some places with the scaly surface I mentioned, and then at other places with open sores, the kind you'd think a leper would have or something. And these sores were running with pus. She had long, white, scraggly hair, and her eyes were all red, and the inside of her mouth and her gums were green.
Jack is calling it a she here. It's an it. It's not a she. It's not a he. It's something that has never walked this earth. It's something horrible, ugly, filthy to it.
But if you ever met Jack,
Oh, he didn't want to even describe this or talk about
and if you ever met the type of man he was to have that happen to him.
In fact, when he would go on a couple of national shows, these talk hosts thought it was a big joke, and they started joking about it. He was humiliated, of course.
Oh,
he didn't want to talk about this at all. He said, I don't want to talk about the succubus attacks.
This is Jack contacted Ed Warren in the morning and explained the previous night's events. With growing concern, the Warrens brought in Father Robert McKenna. As a traditional Roman Catholic priest from Connecticut, Father McKenna had been involved with the Warrens for many years and performed countless exorcisms. The Warrens now asked their friend to help the Smurl family in expelling the demon from their lives. The arrangements were made, and Father McKenna arrived at the Smurl home in Pennsylvania. After a brief conversation with the family, that he donned his vestments and began the formal rite of exorcism, Father McKenna moved from room to room, sprinkling holy water and reciting holy words in Latin. He carried with him a crucifix, a large rosary, and a relic of a saint. After he completed the inside of the house, he moved to the outside, where he performed the same rites on the plot of land surrounding the house. Once the exorcism was complete, the Smurls thanked Father Robert McKenna, and he packed up and returned back to Connecticut. Although the exorcism had proven temporary relief from the demonic attacks, it did not rid the Smurls of the problem completely. The Warrens kept a close watch over the Smurls, and soon were hearing reports from the family that activity had once again resumed. Levitating objects, the return of the fetid odor, and wrappings on the wall marked the return of the demon. The family was crushed. Both the Warrens and Father McKenna had warned them that an exorcism is not always successful, but the Smurls so hoped that this would be the end of the problem.
Right.
Again, Father McKenna was brought to the house for a second attempt. As in the first exorcism, he blessed each room, repeated the exorcism prayers in Latin. At the end of the exorcism, he had a special prayer for the Smurls that the Lord might grant them peace from the demon and allow them to move on. The Smurls were again at peace. Over the next few days and then weeks, the family began piecing their lives back together. They had endured a demonic barrage for 13 long years and had come out on the other side intact and stronger in faith. But like the last exorcism, the peace didn't last. The hold the demon had on the Smurl family was one of the strongest the Warrens have ever encountered. So those two exorcisms
were not successful. No, they did not, Tony.
No, I think the reason that it didn't do is because God wasn't yet ready to show his power. His power was to come, and in a great way.
Oh, yes.
All right, so here at the end it says going public. This last little part here says,
Yes, it is.
it was becoming too much for the Smurls to handle. After more than a decade of torture and no assistance from the church, the family was exhausted, didn't know how much more they could endure. After much contemplation between Jack and Janet, they decided it was time to take their story public. The Smurl family made several appearances on a talk show, had a local newspaper write an article, and they had their story told in a book in collaboration with the Warrens. That's the book, The Haunted.
Right.
Their hope was that someone who could end their problem once and for all would hear their story.
Thank
They
you,
also
Danny,
hoped
for the
that the church,
donation to these as
despite
well.
providing no assistance in the matter, would be, for the lack of a more appropriate term, shamed into helping.
And they were
What
shamed
happened?
into it.
Well, Tony, one man that we never even knew, who was in Rome, who studied to be a Roman Catholic priest, who left just before ordination, but had made many contacts in Rome during that period of time. He left because of health reasons within his family. He has a huge Catholic bookstore in New York City. He read the book. He was appalled by what he read. He wrote a letter and sent the book to Cardinal Ratzinger at the Vatican. We got a copy of that in the mail. We went down to the Smurl home. The very night that we got that, we were going down there for dinner with them. And now they had moved to Wilkes-Barre. So we kind of laughed about it. Imagine, nobody else is helping. Why is Rome
Why
going to...
would Rome listen to this man?
Yeah. Who
Sending
is
a
this
letter.
man?
But God works in strange ways.
So
Cardinal Ratzinger took the bull by the horns, got an exorcist. They sent him right there to the
Holy
Smurl
Week.
home.
It was done Holy
And
Week.
here's the kicker. The very priest that didn't want to help them in the beginning told them he didn't want to be bothered. There's a knock on the door. Mrs. Smurl opens up the door. Here's the priest. Got a box of candy in his hands. Well, Mrs. Smurl, how are you? Well, I've got
Even
some
the bishop came.
good news for you. And they don't understand why this guy's there because he wasn't going to give them any help. I brought you a little gift, a box of candy. And he said, the good news is that Rome is intervening for you. Cardinal Ratzinger is having an exorcist sent to your home. That exorcist was sent there. The home was cleared. And the family has lived happily ever since. That was not in the book, The Haunted.
No.
Because at that time, there was no closing.
There was no closing.
There was no
closing
closure
at
on
that
the
time.
case.
But today they're doing fine.
But the Smurls underwent a second and a third exorcism. They finally had enough of it and decided to move out.
All right, so there is that. Hold on a minute here. One second, guys. Kano's sister from another mother, huh? 100%. Brother. Kano's brother. Because he's a boy. Alfred's a boy. All right, guys. Let me know how this sounds. We're almost through all this part of this, too, by the way.
Some of the collections throughout the years that Ed has gotten. Some skulls. Things from ancient Scotland. And we're going to come around this way. And we're going to look at some more objects of Halloween.
I've heard that as well.
That Ed got through the years from people who've generously
Welcome,
given him on
Darlene.
his birthday and haunted houses and people who've just known that Ed was an aficionado of Halloween. As we walk down this way, you can see his latest, which is a big monster figure that he got on Ed's 70th anniversary, I should say 70th birthday. And over here is a giant birthday card that was offered to him on his 70th birthday on September 7th. But this is a fun room, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said before, welcome. My name is Tony Sparrow. We will now be entering the haunted passageway, perhaps
My condolences
entering
and apologies,
the
Andy. I'm
most
so
horrific
sorry.
part of any area, any square mileage of any part of this world. So come on with me, and we're going to walk through the haunted passageway. I would never do this if it was after 9 o'clock at night.
Yes, it is.
Follow me through here, Rob. As you can see here, it looks almost like a dungeon
It changes what it is when it happens, Victoria.
as we progress through this haunted passageway.
I'll explain my experience here in a minute, guys, when we're
Sounds like
through
the
this.
Hound of the Baskervilles. A lot of Ed's paintings are hanging on the wall that he's done throughout his 40 some odd years of painting.
Take a breath.
Now we're entering
Take a
probably the
breath
most
here.
horrific part right here. This is the occult museum, perhaps the most haunted area. I would consider the most haunted area in the world. Over 45 years of collections of voodoo dolls, occult practice objects, satanic ritual objects, witchcraft objects. I would have to say, with all due caution to viewers, it's not a place you'd want to stay at night. It's not a place you'd want to stay for any length of time. We're going to take the time for the tour. It's before 9 o'clock.
Once we get through this, we're going to
between
open
9
the phone
p.m.
line
and
up,
6 p.m. It
call
really,
in, and
6
I'll
a.m. It
explain
really
some of my
gets
stuff
bad.
to you guys too.
But I consider this to be the most haunted area in the world as we enter.
It changes it, Andy. It turns into something different. It's no longer a poltergeist, but it can start off that way.
Okay, here we are, and perhaps
it's a
the most
manifestation.
haunted area in the world. That's what I would say.
I would say that it is
I understand, Michael.
one of the most haunted areas because of the many things here, Tony, that come from all parts of the world. Europe, Asia, America, Canada, Mexico. This is a collection of items on the occult that have been used in diabolical experiences by many different types of people into black magic, wizardry, sorcery, and so forth.
These are all things that you then would consider evil, Ed?
Oh, positively. In fact, this is not a building that you should be in after 9 o'clock at night. From 9
Same
to
here,
6,
Darlene. It's the one thing I don't miss
This is
about
not
working in
a
EMS and
Halloween
fire
room.
is all that.
This is the real thing.
Okay.
Many of the objects in this room here have had dire effects on people. People have been maimed, have been killed. People have wound up in mental institutions because of many of the things that are right in this building here. You have the voodoo dolls, you have the Raggedy Ann doll, which was responsible for the death of a young man who came in here one time, who challenged the doll to do its worst, and it did. Then you have a detective who was almost killed right in this room that we're standing in, and a priest.
When we first panned in this room, I guess Rob was on the witch. Can you tell us a little bit about what?
Yeah, that's a model mannequin of Hannah Crana, our local witch, who died in 1845. Many of the farmers over on Cross Hill Road, which is just about maybe a quarter of a mile from here, would go along in the morning, and she'd sit up on this big rock, and she would say to them, "If you don't have a pie for me tomorrow morning, or a dozen eggs, or a hen, I'll curse you." These guys were so afraid of it that they would have that hen or that pie. And the Indians in this area were so frightened of her that they left here. It's also said that she did murder her husband, who was Joseph Hovey. He was an officer in the local, I guess, what do you call that?
Constabulary?
Yeah.
Militia?
Militia, that's it.
Oh, okay, Ed, to the right of Hannah, I see there's a mirror. Can you tell me about that mirror?
That's a magic mirror that a gentleman used in New Jersey to conjure up spirits. That mirror, as we know, is a reflection of spirits.
Okay.
Ghosts, apparitions, demons, devils can reflect their images on a shiny surface very easily. This was used for that purpose. Only the man who did the conjuring, unfortunately, today is in a mental institution.
Wow. Okay, why don't we step over this way?
How about this organ right here? That's an interesting piece.
I didn't know.
That was in the most haunted house in all of New England, which was Stratford, Connecticut. And they called it the Stratford Rappings. It was so famous, Tony, that they actually had in 1850 a carriage at the Bridgeport Police or the railroad station, and it would take people all the way to Stratford to see these hauntings, which was the Reverend Phelps house. This is a painting I did of it down here, and Hannah Crana, the witch, and another witch by the name of Goody Bassett were very involved in black magic at that time. In fact, Goody Bassett was hung near the old railroad station for her witchcraft practices. But this organ was in that house for many years. A gentleman had purchased it. He collected organs, but when it started playing on its own, he wanted to get rid of it. And he called me up and told me where it came from. And he'd like to get rid of it, so I took it. And we've heard this organ play 3 times, the strains of it coming up through the passageway into our Halloween room, up the stairs, and into our bedroom.
Wow, that's amazing, Ed. Ed, I want to point out these statues, or what?
Yes.
Voodoo dolls?
These are fertility dolls from Africa. Over here you see the one which is covered with human blood, and there are 7 of them that were stolen from a witch doctor. You do not steal things from witch doctors ever. Now, the man who stole them died a terrible death. The man he sent them to, who was right in Bridgeport, Connecticut, he and his wife suffered for 2 years and then finally died. You don't steal things from witch doctors.
I'd say not. Why don't we head over this way? But while we're heading this way right here, I see this book here. This book, it says Book of Shadows, Necromonicon. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, that's one of the original books of shadows, which were written in the medieval days. And this one here was translated into English. Just the reading of that book has had terrible results for many people. This is not a book that anyone should ever buy, a book of shadows. It goes into the incantations of devils and demons and rituals.
Okay, what else? Does this signify anything here?
All right, you notice there's a mask here. It's a typical Halloween mask.
Right.
But the problem with this is that many people buy these masks and they use them actually in black magic. This one was put on a person's head. They looked into a mirror. They took the mask off and they visualized themselves as looking like this. They created a physical manifestation of a tulpa.
Wow. Isn't that wild? This here scares me. This one right here, Ed. The Raggedy Ann doll.
Yes. That's probably the worst thing we have in this whole museum. That Raggedy Ann doll was given to a nurse in 1970 by her mother as a Christmas present. But as most girls do, even 28 years old, she would take the doll to bed with her, wrap her arm around, and go to sleep. I do the same thing with a pillow. But then she started taking it to the breakfast nook, where the arms one morning went onto the table. Now, she lived with another nurse, and they shared the expenses of the apartment, which was 4 blocks away from Hartford Hospital.
Right.
At that point, they told the girls about the incident, and one said, "I know a medium." So they held a seance that night. That was the beginning of many seances with this doll. They would come home at night, and the woman had told them, the medium, that there was a spirit of a 6-year-old child in the doll by the name of Annabelle, who had been killed outside of their apartment house in an automobile accident. Well, there was such a child, but God does not allow a child spirit to go into a doll. This was a devil, a demon inside the doll, which was impersonating the spirit of a child. Well, they treated it like it was a child. They got extra clothing, and they got different types of bracelets and things for it, just treating it like a little girl. They would take it for rides. But then they started to become frightened when things were happening in the house, sounds, knockings, raps.
Thank you for joining us, Dylan.
And they said, "Oh, Annabelle must want another seance." So they would hold a seance going deeper down that road of no return. Then they would take the doll and put it on the bedroom. I'm
very grateful, Michael. Very grateful.
They come home after midnight, the 2 girls. Open up the door, and this doll would be standing there waiting for them. Now, that doll can't stand. You can see it has very flimsy legs, but I've seen it stand. Now, these are all the diabolical manifestations that we look for. Well, as time went on, one of the fiancés of one of the girls said, "Get rid of the doll, burn it, throw it away." He wanted to get rid of that doll. He fell asleep one Saturday afternoon. And the doll was put right across from him on a couch. And the girls were fooling around saying, "Well, now, Annabelle, you help us to clean up," just like it was a little kid. All of a sudden, he woke up with a start. He was sweating. He said, "My God," he said, "what a nightmare I just had. I dreamt that Annabelle there was strangling me, and he had marks on his throat. Was it psychosomatic?" Well, he walks over to the doll, he picks it up, and looks at it, and throws it right across the room. You're nothing but a rag doll. You couldn't hurt anyone. With that, 7 slashes appeared on his body, 4 in the chest and 3 on the stomach. The blood came right through his shirt. Now they were all frightened. Things were flying around the room. They called the High Episcopal Canon in Hartford. He called Father Richard Nolan.
Thank
Father
you
Nolan
again,
called us.
SRB.
We went to the house. Exorcism was performed immediately in the home and over the people. I took the doll back to my home here, where it's in the museum now. At one time, I had it just sitting in a chair. But a priest came here one day and he said, "Ed, this doll is supposed to be infested by devils." He picks the doll up and he throws it across the room, just like the young man in the house. God is more powerful than the devil. I said, "Yes, Father, you're right. God is more powerful than the devil, but no priest is, no man." On his way home in a brand new car on Route 84, the car went out of control, almost head on into a tractor-trailer truck. It was demolished, and the priest was almost killed. The last thing he remembered seeing was that doll. A detective, a homicide detective that Lorraine and I were working with, wanted to see the museum. We work on many cases where children are murdered or whatever. And he came down, he looked all over, he said, you know, Ed, of all the things here, I can't take my eyes off that doll. At that time, it was still in a chair. The phone rang. I said, I'll be right back. Don't touch anything in this room. Everything in here is unholy, unblessed, the opposite of what you would find in a church. Well, I wasn't even up there talking for 10 minutes. I heard him coming up the stairs. He had to come through the passageway into the Halloween room and up into the kitchen. This man was a huge guy. He was about 6'3", 250 pounds, used to seeing grisly sights. He was sweating. He couldn't speak. He was trembling. I thought he was having a heart attack. I told him to sit down and I'd call an ambulance. He said, no, Ed.
I was just going to say that, Michael. I've always wondered why Ed Warren always looked like he was wearing like eye makeup around his eyes. They were so dark. Crazy.
It isn't that. I said, well, what's wrong? I don't want to talk about it. That's what he said. I don't want to talk about it. Sometimes a little macho and cops,
Right.
you know.
Sure.
And Lorraine walked in, and he looked at Lorraine, and I guess he found it easier to talk to a woman than a man. He said, I'll tell her about it, but I don't want her to ever talk about it again. Well, she didn't have to. The doll had been in the chair in one corner of this room. When I came in, the doll was over in another corner on the floor. Everything had been knocked over, like there was a terrible struggle here. There was a terrible struggle. This man had picked that doll up. Wow. His aura had mingled with the aura of that doll, and something so terrible occurred that he resigned from the police department 3 months later and moved to California.
Is that right?
A young man came in here one day with a bunch of college students, and after I told him about the doll and many other things, he came over here. I was standing over in the other corner. He started tapping on this glass and said, I don't believe any of this is a bunch of hooey. He said, if that doll can do anything, let it do something to me right now. Put a slash on me. I put him out of the building. He was on a motorcycle. 3 hours later, he was dead. Oh. The girl that he was with said that he was laughing about the doll when the motorcycle, just like the car, went out of control, hit a tree, and killed him instantly. Yeah. The girl was in the hospital for over a year. You do never challenge devils.
Don't mess with the devil, that's for sure, huh? Okay. What are these?
Up here, Tony, we have a New England witch doll, which is in the globe there. That's Myriah magic. It is carved in the image of the victim. Both of those dolls are over 100 years old. And pork is wrapped around it. It has the victim's clothing and wood that was probably taken from something the victim used every day, like a chair or something, made in her image. And as the pork would rot, as this doll was hanging in a tree near her bedroom, the victim would become sick and die. Next to it is Congolese magic, voodoo doll. That comes from the black nations of our world. You can see the human hair of the victim on top, the clothing, and it even has the fingernail clippings in the feet. And this, of course, is the voodoo dolls are used with the different colored pins. So one is European and one is African.
Okay, what else? All right. Right here.
We have a number, well, we have this young bride here, picture. That's very interesting.
Well,
a couple that bought the picture, and they wanted to furnish their home in all Victorian because it was an old Victorian house. They kidded around and said it was Aunt Matilda. But about 2 weeks after they brought the picture, Aunt Matilda started visiting them.
Wow.
And they thought that they had better call it a day. They called me up and brought the picture here. What's in back of you here, though, Tony? This idol.
Yeah, what is
satanic idol? That's very dangerous. I didn't want you to bump into that.
About 6 feet 6, I guess, 7 feet tall, I guess.
That was found in the Sandy Hook area over by Newtown. A hunter had found it, a young hunter, and it belonged to a group of Satanists, powerful group in this area. And this young man was almost killed 3 times for revealing where this idol was. It was in a grotto of rocks where a number of sacrifices of animals had occurred. Could have even been human sacrifices sometimes. But we brought it back here to the museum. We had notified the police of it.
We can come around here and shot it.
Yes, we can. And Lorraine, one day soon after we got it, was thrown 25 feet through the air. She was in a catatonic state for 3 days. So this group was extremely powerful.
Okay, maybe this corner. How about
the tiger?
Tiger skin.
Yes, the tiger that you see here in 1933 played a part in what we call lycanthropy, very similar to a werewolf. Now, a lycanthropist, a magician, a black magician, would go into a deep catatonic sleep. His astral body would leave his physical body and would possess the body of this tiger. In Bengal, India, in 1933, this tiger killed numerous people. And we do know that it was because it was possessed by a lycanthropist.
That's amazing.
Yes.
And over here on these shelves here is
all these things that you see on shelves have been taken from England, from Europe, haunted castles, haunted areas that we had gone into. All the items you see that are around here that look like burnt, they're all burnt, those pictures and glass and so forth. Those were in a haunted house, the Donovan's house.
Right.
Flames would start to shoot up from the metal frames, the glass. The picture would fly off of the wall. You see doilies way over there, white doilies. You notice that there's burns on them. Smoke would start to come from them. Yep. And they would shoot across the room.
Okay, Ed,
that's a human skull you see over there with the satanic pentagram on. No, the bottom one, Tony.
Right here.
That's it. That was a skull that was stolen, a human skull. Unfortunately, we don't know where, but Satanists used it for their black magic rituals.
You want to go around this way, Ed?
All right.
Follow us around this way. We can just back up here. I know there's some things that I missed over here. Looking down this area here, Ed.
Oh, we should talk about our White Lady here.
Oh, yeah.
This is the model of our White Lady here, who's very famous in Easton and Monroe. And we have this made up. She's often seen sometimes with a small child walking along Route 59. I've actually filmed her in the Union Graveyard. But there have been many witnesses who have seen her in the graveyard, on Route 59, and even in Stephanie Graveyard. A policeman and a fireman hit her one night. It was a solid impact.
Right. You filmed it how many years ago?
1990, Tony. Quite an experience.
This here.
That's a death curse, which was put on a young girl who had just been married and she died 2 weeks later.
What is it? What do you call that?
A Mayariah death curse.
A Mayariah death.
What happens is that a wizard or a sorceress can project telepathic hypnosis. The girl was driving along. She was with another young lady. A couple of weeks after she was married, she suddenly screamed out, "A deer!" And she turned the wheel, hit a tree, and was killed. There wasn't a deer. But the telepathic image of a deer was created, so the girl would smash into that tree.
What is that? Oh, right there, Ed.
This comes from Flight 401. That was the flight.
401 went down in the Everglades?
Yes, in the Florida Everglades. And Don Repo, a navigator, soon started appearing on planes that had parts from that plane taken. I have many parts of that. But they had his voice on the
flight
recorder. Stewardesses, pilots, talk to this man. Talk to his spirit in the plane. This is all a matter of official record. These parts were brought here by some college students who picked them up in the Everglades. Soon after, we had a visit by Don Repo right out here in our driveway.
Really?
2 people had seen him standing out there, yes. He had on his uniform, a raincoat. It was a rainy day that day, and he had on his hat. Now, Don Repo, a lot of people don't realize, was born in Bridgeport, Connecticut. And his wife lived across the street from me on Jane Street in a house that was haunted that I lived in.
Isn't that amazing?
And when I found out that it was Alice Norco, I was really shocked.
This ugly item, what is this?
All right, we have a little werewolf over here. This, again, is a Halloween type item that you can purchase in almost any store. But again, people take something like this and they'll try to create a devil, a tulpa. And unfortunately, sometimes they manage to do that. In fact, 6 of them tried to create this model of this head that was in this coffin here that a vampire once slept in. And they didn't create the doll, but they did create a monstrosity that almost killed the 6 of them.
That coffin, you said a vampire really?
A young man who visualized himself as a vampire and actually did take blood from people had slept in that coffin some 30 years ago. Today, he too is also in a mental institution, and he still believes he's a vampire. He's what we call a human vampire. This model of the dinosaur that you see here was harmless enough, but David Glotzel in Brookville, Connecticut, a young boy who came under diabolical possession, had just finished making it. He put it on the floor of his home, and the thing started to walk toward the family who was all sitting at the kitchen table, and a voice came from it that said, "Beware, you're all going to die." That was a very famous case, the devil in Connecticut.
I remember that one in Brookfield. That was 1982, Ed.
You also notice a lot of tombstones around here, Tony.
I was wondering about, because one of them says,
I got the grave of Sarah A. Judson, and what has Warren. Satanists left that one on our lawn. On our lawn, trying to frighten us. Yeah. But they steal these stones and they use them as altars, especially children's stones.
Anything up here in this shelf that you want to talk about?
Oh, yes. You see a silver box up there, and there's a small statue of a cat in there.
Right there.
That is one of the most powerful black magic items that we have here.
What's that?
It was used by a powerful black magic group over 50 years ago. And the story behind that I cannot speak about here because the people who were involved with it are still in hiding. But that was very bad.
That was a bad case?
Yes, very bad case.
Yeah.
And this is a shadow doll. All right. The shadow doll is one that comes to you in your dreams in a nightmare and actually can cause a heart attack. A young couple bought it from an antique store, and they thought it was, just an antique. But then we found out that there were animal parts and bird parts and even some human bones in there. What would happen is that a black magician would take a picture of the doll, send it to the couple or person that they wanted to perform some kind of black magic against. They'd see this, and it's what we call a diabolical curse that can come to these people in their dreams. Okay. It comes right into their dreams. There is such a thing as an evil board. This doll here is the same thing as an evil board. When the picture is sent to you, you take the curse on that goes with it, even though you're innocent.
Okay. I noticed also you have
that mask up there. That's the one that's hanging up there.
Right.
It said, danger, please do not touch it. There's a mask right next to it. That came from Transylvania. That is supposedly a face of a vampire.
Wow.
That is actually from Transylvania.
You know, I know also that when you bring visitors into this museum, such as us and the camera crew and others, many others come in, you always say to them, and I always wondered about this, do not touch anything in this room. If you do, let me know. Why do you say that? What's wrong?
Well, if anybody touches anything in this room, their aura mingles with the aura of the object, which is very evil. I would then tell them to close their eyes. I would vision them in what we call a Christ light, make the sign of the cross over them so they take nothing out of here. That's just a precaution that I always use.
All right, so if you touch something, what would you do?
Well, I would do the same thing. But remember, I have to touch these things all the time. But I think that I have a natural protection as far as devils and demons are concerned.
One time I thought you mentioned to me about having a holy person come in here and...
Oh, yeah. It's a yogi, actually.
What happened?
A yogi is a high spiritual person who has a great knowledge of magic, of many things positive, too. He performs circular animalism around the worst things in here. You know about these electric fences that the dogs can't go past?
Right.
Well, that's very similar. The prayers do not allow evil to go past a certain area where the prayers have been said, and it confines it to just a doll or whatever item it might be.
Now, would you consider Halloween to be like one of the worst times to be in a place like this?
Well, yes, I would consider after 9 o'clock to be in this place would be very bad. A lot of people jokingly say to me, has anybody ever broken in here? And I say, no. Nobody's ever broken in, but they have broken out.
Oh, boy.
We're looking at a succubus down here.
Okay.
This is a painting of a succubus, or an incubus, excuse me, that attacks the male, the succubus, yeah, and attacks the male physically and sexually. This is what attacked Jack Smurl in West Piston, Pennsylvania.
The succubus.
Right.
If it were an incubus, it would attack the female.
Female, you got it.
Well, Ed, I really appreciate you letting us come in and taking a look around your museum. It's pretty scary. I can tell you right now, it's raining outside, and it's coming upon 9 o'clock. I don't know about you, but I know the camera guys are a little bit weary. I think it's time to leave, don't you?
And what about the experience we had earlier?
Well, we're starting to film. I mean, just as Rob was coming to us to start the interview, every single light went out. Every single light went out without any kind of jolting, just died. And then, 2 minutes later, came back.
That was a warning to get out of here.
So I think it's just about 9 o'clock at night. I think
we should leave. All right.
For Ed Moore and Lorraine.
All right, guys. Well, there's a lot more, but I don't want to take up the entire thing with just that. Behind Ed and Lorraine, and some people think it's hogwash or whatever. Some people believe wholeheartedly in it. Now, I personally am I can't think right now. Damn you, Doodlebug, again. She sent me something while I was sitting here with you guys watching this, okay? Because she's a comedian. And now I have to show you, okay? And it came with a little note. I swear to God, you're insane, Doodle. So my Discord beeped, and I had to just take a chance to look at it. And there was that. And then she presented to it came with her own little note, though. That's the thing. So there was the doll, and then this was sitting next to the doll. You're an ass hat, Doodle. I swear to God. Anyway, you should have been a stand-up comedian. I swear to God. Anywho, that's why I'm sitting here all like, what the hell's going on? You know what I mean? But anyway, I am a paranormal investigator. My wife and I started a group years ago, and it's called TRAP, TRAP, which is Trumbull Researchers of Apparitions in the Paranormal. We became a sister group of the old show Taps with Jason Hawes. I met Jason and Grant, and I hung out with them and did things and stuff like that. And we used to run many sessions where we would go to different places to do ghost hunting and stuff like that. So that's why I am interested in this stuff. But and I've had quite a few experiences. Hold on a minute. So that's why I have the interest in this that I do. Yes, I took courses online to become a certified paranormal investigator. My wife is what you call a medium. And the reason why I did that, you guys, is because I'm a skeptic. I don't believe in things until there's like you can prove it to me. I've always been that way. And that's just the way it was. So we started this group, me and two of our friends that they're the same, and so on and so forth. So I did investigations into I live in Ohio, the Mansfield Reformatory, Moundsville State Penitentiary, a lot of places in Ohio that are local to me. We did a couple things out of state down in Alabama. We didn't go too far with it. You know, a lot of stuff. We were very careful about what we did because, you know, I wear these things for a reason. Every one of these. Okay. And I have, I don't, this isn't a joke. I will not ever touch a Ouija board, and I recommend nobody else does. You people, listen, a lot of this goes based on what works in here. Okay. And if you don't believe in certain things, you don't have to, but there are things that I haven't been able to explain. And I will explain it away from every bit of it away scientifically as much as I can. But when you delve into certain things, you don't do it. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. Okay. A lot of stuff is put out there for entertainment purposes, but a lot of it is stuff that you don't want to mess with. I was baptized and christened Roman Catholic. I don't practice my religion, but I do believe in what I believe in. I have a high faith. So you 100% need to protect yourself no matter what. I don't touch Ouija boards, and I don't recommend it. If you choose to, that's your choice, but I just don't do it. And we're gonna get in on these Fridays to some other things. We're gonna look into Penhurst Asylum and stuff like that too, because there's a lot of stuff. What were you speaking in general about, hon? Did I miss a comment or something? But I did the course online because it teaches you different variations of what hauntings are. And I'll be honest with you, the most interesting thing about the courses I took was it teaches you about levels of energy, and what types of energy exist, and how things in a household can cause things to be mistaken for something else. Just generalized. I'm missing a conversation over here somewhere. Oh, it's between Salty and Doodle. I'm sorry. Okay, I thought you guys were talking to me somehow. I'm not sleeping, nor am I tired. Although we're gonna have a bad weekend because I just had my last coffee thing. This is it. It's gone. It's gonna be bad. Bad. I can't not have coffee. Yes, Michael, that's true. That's true. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna open up the phone lines. I'm gonna do this with headphones too, see if it works better so that there's no damn echo. What the problem is. And let people call in, and if you want to call in to voice your experiences and things like that, we're going to do that. And my son also has had his own experiences. Sorry about the ads, guys. My son has repeatedly told me for years that he speaks to people that are no longer with us. I tell him, Caden, those are dreams, so on and so forth. He goes, okay, but no, they're not. I talked to Aunt Angie, which today, very sadly, is the anniversary of my best friend Angie's death. That's so weird that came up. I didn't even realize it until a little bit ago when I looked at the date. So he's told me that he's spoken to her, to his grandmother, to my grandfather, blah 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 blah, and it's like, okay, you Okay, sorry. You only get ads on this channel? Well, that's not good. Don't tell me stuff like that. You guys don't get ads on other channels? Oops, sorry about that. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can hear you. Okay. That is very strange, Victoria. I've never heard of that. I mean, I've gotten ads on other channels myself, but I have the YouTube Premium, so I don't get them anymore. So you're saying you're a human Ouija board? Cool. That's interesting. All right, guys, give me a second here. All right, the phone lines are open. If anyone would like to call in, Andy, whoever, let's do this. Give me a ring. Give me a ring. Give me a ring. If you will. Let me see if everything's working. Are you still in here, Andy? There she is.
Call from Andy Rose.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Awesome.
Now, I can't see what's in the chat or anything now because I'm
No, that's okay. Hold on a minute. Hold on. I got to switch something up. Hold on.
It's okay. You don't need to.
1 second. All right. Can you hear me, Andy? Perfect. Okay. 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 Can you guys hear everything that she's saying before we go any further? I want to make sure this works. Because I thought I figured this out finally. Let me know if you guys can hear her speaking. You can't hear her. Go ahead and say something again, Andy. I don't know. I don't understand. Let me try this again. Okay. Let's try it again.
Okay, can you all hear me?
If you guys can hear her, say something, please. If you will.
I mean, I've got a ton of experiences that I can tell people about, so I'm just trying to figure out
I absolutely.
which ones people want to hear about, because, yeah.
Okay, Michael said he can hear you now. Okay, awesome. And
Okay, well, I don't have a ton of information on the case that happened in my town because it was when I was a little kid. It was like the early 90s. It was the man's name he went by Frenchie. Everyone just called him Frenchie. He was a farmer out here. And they had originally lived in another town in central Massachusetts, and then they moved out here. There had been several exorcisms, and there's actually video recording of one of them on YouTube. Of course, it's like crappy early 90s video footage, but it looks like his face is like changing throughout it. It's creepy. And then he was due.
Hang on 1 second, hon. Can you guys hear Andy yet? Michael said yes, but now Allison says no. I don't understand what the problem is. I have that loaded in and everything. Is it turned up? Let me see. Yep, you're turned up that way. All the way up there. That's turned up. Michael said yes. Allison says no. Now she says yes. Okay. She must not have heard it. Okay. All right, go ahead, hon. I'm so sorry. What was the name of this case? Do you remember that?
They called it Satan's Harvest. And I forget the name of the town it started in, but it ended in Whately, Massachusetts. And eventually it got to the point where he was supposed to have another exorcism, like they were supposed to be coming in a couple of days. And his wife had left because he was getting so violent and crazy, and she came back to the house and he shot her. And she was hit in the shoulder.
Was the name?
And she survived.
Was the name Maurice throughout?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, go ahead. I know exactly what you're talking about.
So yeah, he shot her. So that happened down the street from me. So like that was a big thing.
Wow. How old were you when that went on? Gotcha. Sure, yeah. Yeah, that's mm-hmm. It wasn't the house that the Haunting in Connecticut movie was based on, is it? Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. Sure. Wow.
The kids were always being woken up in the middle of the night, like they were being tormented, and screaming that they were being attacked. I mean, it was so bad that like my cousins were babies when this was going on. They're really young, so like they don't even talk about it now. There was, let's see, my aunt had this blender that was kind of old and janky, and like you had to like sit there and hold the button down to keep the blender going.
Mm-hmm.
And they woke up one night and the blender was going by itself, and they went into the kitchen like, what the hell's going on, and found that all the meat that they had in the freezer was out of the packages and thawed all over the floor, and the blender was going.
And there was nobody else
like,
in the house.
And there was nobody. There was nobody there.
Oh wow. See,
So
and
like it was weird.
That could possibly be, well, see, that would be considered to be what you would say is a poltergeist situation when things like that are moving around. But
yeah,
that's a very in-depth situation with, you know what I
mean? It was crazy. And then one night, at the time, my mother was working an overnight job running a a motel,
Mm-hmm.
and she had some downtime. So she's like, I'm going to go on the internet and try to do some research to try to help my aunt. And the first website, I don't even remember what she typed in, but the first website that came up was a picture of that house with the wreath on the door.
Wow.
So my mother went and, like, you know, she sent me the website, and I looked into it, and I contacted the woman who had created the website, who had had all these experiences with her and her kids. And I told her what was going on, and she emailed me back, and she's like, you cannot help this house. The Warrens have been there. Everybody's been there. You just need to get out. Your family needs to get out.
Yeah, I would say so too. That's insane.
They had like several cleansings and all kinds of stuff. And yeah, they were just like, no, there's nothing that can be done for that house. Your family needs to just get out.
Oh, that's
So they eventually were able to move out of that place. But
So-
yeah, that place was creepy.
so when they moved
I mean,
out.
like straight up horror movie.
Yeah, that's what it
Yeah,
sounds like.
when
Now-
they moved out, it did not seem to follow them.
Okay, that's my question.
They seem to have had like a bit of bad luck, I guess, for
For a little while.
several years.
Yeah.
For several years, but there was nothing paranormal that followed them.
Gotcha. Okay.
Let's see, what else can I share? So that's it for like Warren related.
Now, have
cases.
you
I mean,
have you had any personal experiences that you're comfortable speaking? And you don't have to speak if you're not comfortable.
many. I'll just share a couple here because I don't want people to be thinking like this woman belongs in a straitjacket.
No. Listen, before you go any further, you won't be judged in here. I promise you that. Nobody will be that way in here. This community is based on people that we're all understanding, and I will not allow for that in here either. So it just doesn't happen. So if you're not
Okay, well,
I just want
have
you
you
to be
ever watched
comfortable.
Ancient Aliens? You ever
Oh.
watch Ancient Aliens?
I go to sleep
Yeah?
to that every night. I do.
Okay, because I've got some stories where all I can say is it wasn't the aliens, but it was aliens. Like I can't explain it. Weird shit.
Okay.
But for other paranormal stuff, there was, let's see, I loved going to Salem. I've just always loved visiting Salem, Mass.
Mm-hmm.
And dusting the dirt off of it. And I just got this like really weird feeling and this chill, and I just kind of brushed it off. Thought, well, whatever, I'm in Salem, shit happens.
Right.
Something followed me home. So I got home, and later that night, it was when I was still smoking cigarettes, went outside for a cigarette, and I saw what looked like the goddamn Grim Reaper in my backyard.
Oh,
Like
Lord.
cloak, skull face, everything. So
And
like
then-
I had to do like a full cleansing to get rid of that thing.
Got you. Now, before you saw that, like that night, before you saw what you saw, the vision of what you saw, were you doing anything weird or different than what you would normally do before that?
No. The only thing that was kind of different, I guess, was like I had bought new stuff while in Salem as well, like some crystals and cards and
Okay.
stuff like that. But I hadn't been like messing around and doing any divination or anything like that. It was just
And then
I could tell that it attached when I was in Salem, because like I said, like while I was cleaning off that grave, I just got this like chill,
Mhm.
and I just felt like, ooh, something's not good.
No, that's
That's when I left,
a good feeling.
because like I get that a lot. Like my family and I joke that we have the shining. Like we've all had
Mhm.
experiences, and we're all very sensitive to that type of stuff. And like I could just feel that something was wrong. So I just, got up and left, and then when I got home there was that.
Wow, that's definitely different. And I believe in Salem is a place. I'll tell you that, guys, for sure. But I believe in crystals now in some senses. Like I said earlier, this here, okay, this is made purely solid. It's all solid all the way through of obsidian. I don't know if you guys know what obsidian is good for.
I have an obsidian owl.
Okay, yeah.
I've got all the obsidian and black tourmaline and the hematite and the tiger's eye. Like, yeah,
Right. So I
Keep
have
the negativity away from me.
That's right. I have that sitting right in front of me. I have this sits next to me. If you can't tell, it's hard to see it in some senses, but it sits right next to me. It's an amethyst stone. And I have other little things. My daughter is big time into this stuff, and she has given me all these things. Here, Dad, this and that. And of course, like I said, I wear all of these, and I
I'm one of those
always
people who's
have.
got rings on every finger. I've got, all my crystals and all the stones. And
Yes, I
bracelets
believe in the
Yeah.
rings and all that stuff. I have it all. I get it. So,
Yep.
whatever listen, guys, life is hard enough as it is. So if you can get a little extra help here and there, ain't nothing wrong with it. So
Right.
that's my
But
thought.
I've been recently getting into more and more dowsing and kind of working on trying to develop what abilities I felt like I've already just always had. So
We-
that's been fun. and
we
interesting.
had,
But it's one of those things where it's like, make sure you know how to protect yourself. If anybody's watching this being like, "Ooh, I want to do it," make sure you know how to protect yourself first.
Yeah, that's don't ever go in. Listen, that is
Yeah.
one very important thing.
You have to learn how to put up that protective energy field before you go in channeling stuff and trying to communicate with
Yes, do not ever go into what we're talking about or what I've done. My wife and I have done. We put together the group that we did, and we also we looked into it before we did it. Okay, and hold on a second, folks. Okay. We also make sure that before we did anything, that it was done right. Okay. You don't just walk in there and go, "Hey, I'm going to do this and do that and see what happens." No, it's not a good idea. So I wear this, even if I wasn't doing that, I wear these because I believe in these. I have my crucifix, my Saint Christopher, my Saint Michael, all of those. And then
Yeah, I've got my Saint Benedict that I wear when I
and then my Saint
go around.
Benedict. I forgot about that one too.
Yep.
I do have that too.
Yep.
And I just it's just a little extra thing. People don't believe in it, they don't have to, but I do. It makes me feel good. Whether it does anything or not, I feel comfortable.
Well, the thing is if you believe that it has power,
it works.
then you're giving it that power.
Mm-hmm.
If you believe that it helps, then it helps.
And that's what I was trying to say
part
earlier.
of manifestation and how we
Yes.
do this. Like if I say, "Hey, this crystal gives me good luck and protects me," then it does give me good luck and protect me.
100%. And that's what I was trying to say earlier, you guys. It's like, if a lot of people are like, "Oh, that doesn't work and that doesn't happen and this is bullshit and that's bullshit." Well, then it's going to be
That's
bullshit.
fine if that's their belief.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's going to be bullshit.
Things have power because you give them power.
Right, just like your TV. You can stand and stare at your TV, guys, and stare at it, and stare at it, and stare at it. And you can look at the flames blowing in the background on my TV, and you can stare at it. Well, if you don't plug it in, there's not going to be anything there. So you have to give everything the power you want for it to work, period. So, it is what it is. And if people aren't into this, then they're not into it. And that's understandable. I get that wholeheartedly. But the paranormal, from my experience, when I went into the paranormal realm, I guess you'll call it, I am a skeptic still. I was a skeptic then, but when
I go into everything skeptical.
Right.
Like I want to debunk everything first.
Absolutely. And that's
make
what
sure that there's no other explanation for what's going on.
I went into a home. I'll give you a quick story. I went into a home that was built in 1776. Very, very old home. It's been rebuilt and added on to over the years, but the base and the original part of the home is still there. And this was somebody that my wife was going to school with. They were talking, and she was having all these ridiculous experiences, not so much poltergeist experiences, but more of a like a repetitious, there's a name for it and it's slipping me right now, but it was a repetitious thing that was happening.
Yeah.
I can't
remember it.
There's a
no,
name.
I know what you're talking. Residual,
haunting,
where
yes.
The energy keeps repeating like on a
So,
tape. Yeah.
Like every couple of days, this same experience would keep happening, and they were having her. She was recently divorced, and she had 3 small children that lived with her, and she was seeing and feeling, and the kids were seeing and feeling these situations every few days, every so often, in the same time, same areas, same place of the home. And it was the same experience every time. And she was telling my wife about this, and my wife said, "Well, I can get my husband, and we can grab all of our equipment, and if you don't mind, a couple other people will come in and we'll see what you got going on and see if we can get anything out of it." So we did, and we went over there. And my wife asked her, like, "What time typically does this stuff happen?" She says it's always at night, and it happens in this part of the house, and then that part of the house, and then in this part of the house, and it happens with these children and myself. And okay, so fine. So we go over on a Friday night, made sure work schedules and all that were cleared and all that, and we went over there around 9 o'clock at night. And I said, so because it always happens at night, so we set up all our equipment, and I took my dab cam and my laptop at the time and this and that, and set up cameras here and there and EVP recorders, and just kind of sat down on the couch and said, let's do this. So we're sitting there and drinking coffee and just kind of quietly talking about scenarios, and just then we hear this
waiting for it.
bang over on the other end of the house, way over here. I had a camera set up over there. I'm like, it's okay if something happened, the camera's going to get it. And I looked real quick, and she goes, here we go. And it was like clockwork. She said it was in a timeline of things of when it would happen. And I'm like, wow, okay. So my wife goes, and she's upstairs in the one part of the house, and I stayed down here, and then two of the other people were split up on other places. And I'll be damned if one of the door, it was so weird. She had this, I told you this house was very old. It had the original doors on it, and they had the weird door pins and stuff that held it. And this woman, every night at 10:15, roughly between 10:15, 10:20, one of the door pins would pop out, and the door would fall completely over, because it only had one door pin. She couldn't find another one. It was so old to put in that would fit that hinge.
Right.
So, okay, fine. It happened again. My camera caught it. It didn't show. It literally shows in the video. And I set up an old VHS camcorder to watch that, so it would go frame by frame. And I set it at a slower speed, so when it records, it's not recording like we're doing right now, but VHS was a tape, and it would run at a slower rate. You would see it in frames, so I could see if the door pin was being pulled or what was happening. And it literally just, you watch the door pin, if this was it looked like an old railroad spike is what it looked like, but
it just like pulls out.
It literally just went out of the door hinge, and the door just goes, and I was just like, holy shit, you know what I mean? So, but you didn't see anything around it. Now, when I froze the VHS, I had it in a Castam recorder they used to use back in the day. I froze it, paused it, and I started going frame by frame to watch it. You can see, as weird as this is, in that area, which was something that was caught next to me, and I'll explain that here in a little bit. It looks like, okay, do you guys know how, like, in the summertime, you're driving down the road, and you look ahead of you, and you see what looks like what fumes will cause, like a...
like the heat rising.
The heat rising, yeah.
Like wavy.
Yes, and you can tell it's there, but it's not. You don't see anything. It's like transparent. Right. We saw something like that in that area. So I go over there. So
you could see like the energy manifesting to do that.
100%. And I was like, whoa, I'd never seen anything like that. I'm like, that's wild. Yeah, like a mirage. Thank you. And so cool. So we're standing there, and I watched that 100,000 times, but to see if you could see, I even tried to filter it, record it with another device, and then filter it with color or something to see if it would nothing. But you could just tell it was like doing that whole floaty thing. Okay, so then we're sitting there doing EVPs, and we did a silent EVP. Then we did where we were speaking to very calmly and quietly to whoever could have been in the home. We got noise back on that. We got no clear spoken words, but noise. Then we had other interactions with the children's toys, little by little things. There was definitely something going on in this house. So then we go back and we do a history on the house. The house is built on a
burial ground.
Well, what it wasn't supposed to be a burial ground. It was a Civil War.
Yeah, I was going to say Civil War soldiers.
It was a Civil War battlefield, right?
Yep.
And the house was there, and it was a trying to remember. My wife, she pulled the whole thing on it, and I have the files buried somewhere. But it was not a hospital, but like a triage area for the war, that they had taken somebody's home, and the person that lived in the home was a nurse, and she would bring people in that were fighting around this home, and they triaged people there, and they died there. And what they would do is, if they died, they would take them back, because there's a massive field. There's a massive field behind this house, and they would bury them all through this field. So I'm thinking, this is an unmarked cemetery, basically, guys, from the Civil War. Wow. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I know somebody who has a house like that, and they have a residual haunt as well. I believe they're down in Kentucky, and it's like clockwork. They have a Civil War soldier that walks down the flight of stairs, and like you will see full body apparition, hear footsteps, walks down the stairs.
It's not called the Octagon House, is it?
No.
Okay, because there's one in Kentucky that does the same stuff, and it's called the Octagon House. I know it took us. So anyway.
Yeah, no, it's not. I don't think anybody's investigated this house. It's like somebody that my dad knew a long time ago when he was in school and did like Future Farmers of America, and had to go down to Kentucky for stuff, and he was staying with these people, and he saw it, and he was kind of like, well, what the hell was that?
Gotcha. Yeah, sorry, my wife was speaking to me for a second.
Cool.
But yeah, and see, like I was gonna say, I went into this being, which I still am, 100% skeptical. And when I do it, I look for an absolute scientific answer to everything, and a reasoning, a logical, anything that's logic about this. I'll go through, like that house. The first thing I did was I went and looked at the breaker box. I went and looked at the electrical wiring to that house, and so on and so forth.
Well, with old houses, you even have to get like a level in there and check the floors, because the doors can open because the house is tilted.
Well, they used to build houses back then by hand, and the tools they had were a joke. Nothing was ever level.
Yeah.
Nothing was ever right. Nothing was ever
Which
lined.
can cause doors to swing open or to close on their own, and so yeah, you got to check all of that. And a lot of people don't. They don't check that stuff, and then it's just everything's a ghost, and it's like, no. You need to look into things,
right?
Which is why I grew up watching Taps, watching Ghost Hunters.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, that's another story I have.
I have another story too.
Go ahead.
Did you see their episode? It was, I believe, their first season, and I think it was one of the first cases where they caught something that was like, holy shit. It was the New Bedford Armory.
Oh yeah, yes, I remember
where
that.
The sound bag came up and hit the guy in the face.
Yes.
And like knocked him down.
Yep.
So when I was a teenager, I briefly dated a guy who lived across the street from the Armory. And his house in the basement, it had been filled in, but it had a tunnel that at one point had gone underground under the road to the Armory. And I don't know the history of his house and like why it was connected to the Armory, but for whatever reason,
I could tell you why.
His parents hated me. His parents absolutely hated me. So whenever I visited, because I was a couple hours away, they made me sleep in the basement.
Wow.
'Cause, you know, like we were adults. We were 18 and 19 years old, but they were like, "You're not gonna share a room. You're not, So whatever. But they also just didn't like me. And but that house had, I don't know if you want to call them shadow people. Like you would constantly see little shadows running around. But there was one night where I was in the basement trying to go to sleep, and I had seen shadows over the area where the tunnel had been. And I was asleep, and I was like, I'm just gonna turn and face the wall and try to go to sleep. And I had something grab my shoulder, and like I felt the individual fingers, and it was like it grabbed and then like slowly like squeezed and pulled the hand away. Like it was gross.
Yeah, that's wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a scenario happen here about 5-6 months ago. Not even the same thing. I was sitting here like this, talking live, and you see my little granddaughter running around behind me. Okay, she was here, and she's got tiny little fingers, and I literally felt this with her fingers tapping on my arm, and I went,
yeah, and there's no one there.
She wasn't there, and I was like, what the hell? And I was live when it happened. And Molly's not in here today. She's probably busy, but I think she caught there was another creator that was watching at the time. She screen recorded it, and Molly caught the video and she froze it, and she caught what you could call the energy, whatever it was. It was 1 second. So yeah, and Michael was in here. I think a couple other people might have been here, but okay, SRB was in here. Yeah, so it was as real gets, Scott, and it literally it put pressure on my arm, whatever it was, which is not normal. Okay, I turned and looked again.
Yeah, like sometimes you'll just feel like the hair stand up, or it'll feel like a spider web, but like sometimes you get like the actual pressure, and that's when it's like, ooh, I don't know, that might be something dark.
It felt like
that's
4 little fingers going.
Yeah.
And I'm used to getting Papa. I look,
Right.
there's nobody there. Well, Molly, she froze the video, and when I was turning to look right here, this whole area right here, you could see kind of that mirage like looking scenario I was talking
like
about.
a slight distortion. Yeah.
And there was no bullshitting. Everybody in here that saw it happen, okay? And it's like, whoa, I was all freaked out after that. And it's weird because I've seen different things happen in this house. Like I'll be sitting in that room straight ahead, which is you can't see it right now, but past this room, that's my dining room, and then my living room. And I'll be sitting there and I can see straight back into here. And I was sitting there one day, and like if you look here, right here, if you go that direction, you go into my kitchen where my son just walked past. Okay. When you go into hold on a second, folks. Okay, sorry again.
Sorry.
So anyway, where he just walked past is my kitchen, and I was sitting in the other room looking towards this room. And you ever have a situation where you think you see something, but you don't see something at the same time? I swear I saw a black figure walk past that doorway into my kitchen from in here. And I was like, what the hell? So I got up and looked, and there's nothing. But hold on, what? Oh, good Lord. I'm so sorry. Hold on 1 second, guys. My child is driving me insane right now. 1 second. Okay, everyone, I'm sorry. My son's going to get fitted for his tuxedo for junior prom, and he's all over the place trying to figure things out. So I'm so sorry. Are you still here, Andy? Hello? You there? Oh, you can dial back in if you want to. Hold on. Well, to finish that story real quick, we'll see if she calls back in. She's welcome to if she wants to. I kept seeing, I've seen that 3 times now where it looks like, there we go. Hello.
Huh?
Hello.
Hi, sorry, I accidentally hung up. I went to check. I'm on my phone. I don't have a computer.
Mm-hmm.
So I went to check the chat real quick while you were gone, and I accidentally hung up.
Oh, yeah, it's okay. So, and like I said, no, tonight's not the prom night. He just has to get fitted for the tux and all that stuff tonight. So my mom is taking him to do all that. So anyway, I've seen this shadow walk past, and I'll have to take a triple take, like, and I'll go look, and there's nobody there. But I've seen it happen 3 times, and I know I'm not crazy. So there's that. We had another dog that used to be here. We had him for 18 years. His name was Oscar, and he passed away. It'll be a year next month. But
I've got so many animal spirit stories. Yeah,
well,
sorry.
it's not that I don't know that there's a spirit, at least not yet. But he used to see things because this is him now. We had him cremated and put in a little thing for all of our kids and us. But anyway, he used to look around at weird things all the time, and I'm just like, yeah, he's almost 20 years old. Maybe that's what's wrong with him.
Cats and dogs both, they can absolutely see things. Since my brother passed in 2021, and
I'm so sorry.
then I got thank you. I got a new dog, and she's only a year old, but there's times when I'm playing with her and she'll stop and just look like directly in the direction of his room. And I'm like, yeah, you see him. And see, he was into, like, we have a lot of activity and stuff in our home, but it's a new house. Like, there's no reason. But my brother, unfortunately, was into practicing some darker stuff.
Gotcha.
And I mean, we rebuilt our home on the foundation of the one that burned down in 2001. And he had been practicing before that. And he always thought that something he summoned caused the fire because they were never able to determine what happened. Like, the house just burned down while everybody was at work and school.
Well, it could have been electrical, it could have been this, it could have been that, but typically,
Yeah, I mean, they investigated it and they were just like, we don't know.
That's interesting.
They tried to look into it. They couldn't find anything electrical wrong, but at the same time, like, my brother had snakes, there were heat lamps, like, it could have been something like that, but they were never able to determine what happened, and he always thought that it was something that he did, that he had summoned something that did that. And I mean, there was a time he was older than me. There was a time when I was a kid when I woke up in the middle of the night and I was gonna go down to go to the bathroom, and I get up and I look, his doorway was directly across the hall from mine, and I saw this massive black thing with red eyes, and I was just like, okay, I'm going back to bed. I can hold it.
Yeah, I'd probably pee my pants first. Right.
Yeah, like, I can hold it. I don't have to go that bad.
Absolutely.
So, and the thing is, like, so he was into that kind of stuff, and we'd get some kind of, like, dark energies. And towards the end of his life, he started doing more of, like, trying to cleanse and get rid of that type of stuff.
Gotcha.
But because he was into that type of stuff, he was very spiritual, and I believe that, like, he's seeing me getting more and more into dowsing and stuff like that, and is, like, pranking me sometimes because he was very much a prankster. And so, like, there's times where you can hear stuff coming from his room. Like, he passed in our home, and, like, I'll hear his room, his bed creaking and stuff like that. There's rooms in there.
Yeah, I got you.
I started working with dowsing rods, and I tried to contact him. And for a bit, they were doing just the normal crossing and uncrossing. And then they just started spinning like crazy. And I was like, okay, Chris, you're fucking with me. And they crossed over to yes. And I was like, yeah, you think it's funny, don't you? And they crossed over to yes again. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool.
Well, at least you're able to look at it and know that he's there watching you and knows that you're okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's awesome.
Yeah.
If I can ask, and you don't have to give an answer, how? Because if you already said it, I didn't see it. I'm sorry for making you repeat it. But how did he pass?
Overdose, accidental overdose.
Okay.
He was given. He bought what he thought was something else, and it turned out after toxicology, the only thing in his system was pure fentanyl. So
that's what's going on. That's what's been going on. I've seen it so much being in EMS, and it's just
Yep.
You don't.
And it makes me so mad because we know who gave it to him, and we told the police all of that information, and they're like, well, there's nothing we can do. We can't go after the person. And I'm like, great. So you're just going to let this guy go out and give fentanyl to other people. So other people die.
Wait a minute. Why can't they go after him? Because they can charge people here now for murder for doing that.
Yeah. Well, our town is like, I love our cops as people, but they aren't the greatest when it comes to like following up and investigating and stuff like that. We had an unsolved murder in my town. Like, it's a small farm town, less than 2,000 people.
Right.
Like, there's like 1,200 people. It's a very, very small town. We have like 4 cops.
That's how that's about
like
where I live now
like,
too. What state are you in?
Massachusetts.
Oh.
But I'm in like rural Western Massachusetts, like farm towns. There's more cows than people here.
Right. Maybe they just didn't. Okay. How long ago did this happen, hon?
The murder was back in the early or mid 90s.
And when did your brother pass? You said.
Oh, my brother passed 2021. Today's the anniversary.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Today's the anniversary of my best friend passing. She had cancer, but yeah.
Yeah.
So we're in this together, kiddo.
Yeah.
Yeah. I knew for a fact because I worked in EMS for 17 years, fire and EMS, and I know that they started charging people here that were dealers that were, handing off drugs to people that fentanyl based, whatever it is, and if they ended in their life being taken, they're getting charged for murder or homicide. And
yeah,
it's
we tried to go that route, and we were like, look, we know who gave it to him, and they were like, well, we don't have proof.
And that's what I was going to ask next. Is there a way they probably can't prove that he was the one that handed this off to him? That's what the problem probably is.
We only know that it was him because my brother had been struggling, with mental health and stuff like that, and like hadn't had a lot of wasn't leaving or going out and seeing other people, and only had a couple people coming over.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one person who I know would have never given him anything, any kind of drug. That's not the type of person. Like, sometimes we would smoke some weed and that was it.
Sure.
But the other guy was actually somebody that had an addiction problem for a very long time, and my brother had tried to get him sober and had tried to help. And at one point, my brother called this guy's wife and was like, hey, just so you know, he's using again. Like, I'm trying to help him, but I just want you to know.
Yeah.
And I guess she left him for a while because of that. And I think he was pissed off and retaliating.
That's insanity. That is insanity in its best. That's sad. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
So sorry. What was it that he thought he was taking that wasn't, nothing but...
I think it was just, he thought it was ketamine.
Okay. Yeah, that's a big one.
He thought it was ketamine. Because that's like the big thing right now. I get ketamine treatments with a doctor for mental health, but there's a lot of people, like he got to a point where like he didn't trust doctors, but he knew about, the studies saying that ketamine can help if you have, PTSD and depression and stuff like that.
Yeah, they offered.
So he was like, well, I have a friend who sells it, so I can just get some. And turned out it was pure fentanyl.
Well, and that almost does sound like it was done purposely, because the way ketamine and fentanyl run hand in hand, ketamine is the one thing that I have not seen to be laced with fentanyl. So
it's
typically
being laced in this area, and New York City, I guess, is really bad right now with the kids wanting to go clubbing and get ketamine and find out that it's fentanyl.
Well, they're putting it in everything. Even marijuana now, they're putting fentanyl in, which is disgusting. It's sad, because it's legal most everywhere. Why do that, But anyway, it's bad. The drug thing is a bad thing. It's almost as bad as the trafficking. It was worse than the trafficking at one point, but it's getting there now to where it's back again. So you can't trust it, folks. Don't buy anything off the street. If your doctor don't give it to you, don't take it, period, because you just don't know anymore.
Or, I'm not even going to shame people and say, like, stop doing drugs, but, like, you can buy on Amazon little test strips where whatever you buy, you can test a bit of it to make sure that it does not have fentanyl. So, like,
that's
I'm
it.
not endorsing drug use at all, but if that is your thing, test your supply before you ingest it.
Sure.
Always test it.
100%. There's nothing wrong with doing that. So I'm so sorry for your loss, and I'm glad that you are having these experiences and these feelings to be able to, it helps to deal with it. It helps to give some closure to
It's
it.
been helping my mom too,
That's
because
awesome.
you know, obviously we all have a lot of questions, and
Yeah.
you know, and we miss him, and you know, like I said, like he had some mental health issues, and we didn't always have the greatest family relationships, I guess I'll say.
Mm-hmm.
But so there was a lot of like, did he know how much we loved him? Does he know how much we miss him? And like through dowsing and scrying and getting into that stuff, we've been able to communicate with him.
Amazing.
And it's brought a lot of closure for my mom and for me and my dad.
Good. I'm glad to hear
but-
that. I'm glad, because a lot of
yeah,
people.
we've had a lot of experiences. Like we've had, I live on a farm. We've had all kinds of pets all the time.
Mhm.
There's still times where I'll feel what feels like my little dog that passed last year, or one of my cats. It'll feel like a small animal jumped up on the bed and curled up next to my leg.
Mm.
And I'll just think like, oh, it's this cat, or it's so-and-so. And I'll go down to pet them, and there's nothing there.
Gotcha.
So,
Yeah, but now
yeah,
see,
we get stuff like that.
that's what I was going to talk about. Is like our dog passed before, and he was seeing things here and there, and we thought he was just old.
Uh-huh.
Well, you see these two other little dogs running around now, and we have a cat too. That's, well, two of them, but one of them will go in and out of the house, but the other one stays outside. But since we've gotten these new dogs, they're constantly looking at the ceiling or looking at the corner and staring and looking past me. It's like, what are you looking at? I know that they're seeing something. So, and I've always known that one of the things that I took on the online course is they talked about animals, small animals and small children see and hear things that we don't, our mind is not open enough to be able to see, and it's not innocent enough to be able to see at this point. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's very interesting. So, guys, pay attention. Welcome, Brian and Yo Baby. It's great to see you, Yo Baby. Thank you for joining us today. When your animals are looking at things and staring at things and paying attention to things that you don't think are there, pay attention to your animals, because they probably are. Okay.
Yeah, there's times where my new dog Evie, she's an Australian Shepherd, so like she doesn't have a tail. It was docked before I got her, but she'll like wiggle her whole butt and wag her tail like she's looking at somebody, like she wants to play.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nobody there, and I'm like, yeah, that's my brother. Like,
Yeah.
wants to play with the dog.
Yeah.
Actually, oh shit, I totally forgot about this. See, I get so much stuff that happens that I forget about like smaller things.
No
I was
worries.
hanging out in my room with my dog, and one of her toys, this little squeaky ball that I had actually thought was left outside, like I had not been able to find it, flew up from under my bed and went across the room. And I don't mean like it rolled. I mean, it was like it was thrown. It was in the air.
Wow.
Like somebody playing fetch with my dog. And instead of her being like scared or whatever, she just got all excited and ran after it and brought it back. So I'm pretty sure that was my brother.
Right. That's awesome. That is great.
With the dog.
That's awesome. And I had to wonder sometimes too, because there was one time when Milo, when he first got here, the little white one right there, when he first got here, like I said, Oscar has been dead for almost a year in May. When he first got here, he started like one night we were sitting on the couch. My wife was on the love seat. I was on the couch. We're watching a movie or something. And he stops right in the middle of the room and starts barking. I'm like, and he like got down like this, like he was like gonna play with something, and he starts barking. And I'm like, what are you barking at? And what are you looking at? Okay. And my wife said, oh my God, he almost looks like he's playing with another animal. And I said, well, maybe Oscar is here. Who knows? I don't know, but it was very weird. You know what I mean? And I'll be honest with you.
There's times where my dog Evie will be playing and she will stop mid-play and her ears will perk up and she'll look over and start wagging her butt like she's all excited because somebody else is there to play and there's no one there.
100%. And I'm just like, wow, that was crazy. So this house was built in, I think it was 1910. So it's pretty old, and it was an old farmhouse and so on and so forth. I don't know. You never know though. You know what I'm saying? I think this foster dog must have a volunteer firefighter in his past life because he wants to pee. Oh, yeah, I probably could be, Walt. That's funny. So yeah, there's always don't how can I say it, like knock off or push to the side the fact that situations are going on around you when you don't think it's something. It very well could be something, guys. Even if there's not, like I said, I'm always looking for the logical answer to it or the scientific explanation to something. But in the end, when you can't find one, just let it be what it is. As long as it's not hurting you, it's not going to hurt you. So
Sometimes there are things that you just cannot explain, like the weird figure that followed me from Salem. Like, there is no way to debunk seeing a thing that looks like the goddamn Grim Reaper in my backyard.
No, and I'm talking to
like,
you.
I was not high. I wasn't drunk. I don't drink. Like, none of that. Totally sober. Went out for a cigarette, and I was like, "What the hell?"
Yeah, and I'm having a very educated conversation with you, a very intellectual conversation with you. So I know you're not crazy. So there you go, guys. Those are the things that you once you debunk all those things and there's nothing left. Sometimes there's just no answer, and you got to take it for what it is. You know what I mean?
And I did see somebody asked about the Bridgewater Triangle a while back in the chat. When I accidentally hung up, I went back in the chat and somebody was asking about that. I have been there. I did not experience anything.
Okay.
There's some kind of, there's like some weird energies, like things just feel off, but I didn't experience anything other than just like, this feels weird. I don't want to be here.
Do you want to explain what that is? Because a lot of people probably don't know what it is. And
go
ahead.
The Bridgewater Triangle, I forget exactly what 3 towns it's between. Obviously, one is Bridgewater. It's in eastern Massachusetts. It's an area, it's our own little version of the Bermuda Triangle. There's reports of cryptids, like people see Bigfoot. There's also the Native American legends of Pukwudgies. I don't know if you know what Pukwudgies are. There's supposedly Pukwudgies. There's hauntings because there was, different wars in that area with the natives and everything.
Of course.
People have seen what they were calling thunderbirds.
Oh wow!
All kinds of stuff. Like, and there's like the Dover Demon.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, that's all in there. And all I ever got in that area, because I have gone looking. I'm that person. I'm literally wearing a T-shirt with Bigfoot on it right now.
Awesome.
Like,
that's awesome.
I am that person who's like, I want to go look. I want to find Bigfoot. I want to see the ghosts. I want to do this.
That's
so
nothing wrong with that.
There, and all I ever got was just like, there's a weird vibe here. Like there might be something going on there, but I've never seen it. There's also a lot of UFO sightings, but also a lot of people saying they were abducted who like lived their whole lives in that area.
Wow.
There's a whole group of people, and I've seen documentaries on them that live within the Bridgewater Triangle who say they had been abducted throughout their entire lives.
Where exactly is this located again?
Well, one point of it is Bridgewater, Massachusetts. I don't remember the other 2 towns, but it's all eastern Mass. It's not as far out as like the Cape, but it's I know, like I had a friend that lived in Westport, like that was part of it.
Okay.
There's just, there's a lot of, it's New England. There's a lot of creepy shit around here.
Well, New England itself, I agree with that. I'm gonna have to look this up. I'm gonna look this up.
The Bridgewater Triangle is really cool, and there are some like documentaries on it. And it's a bit of everything.
That's awesome. It's
just a whole triangle of crazy.
Well, guys, looks like we're gonna be having one of our Paranormal Fridays is gonna be the Bridgewater Triangle. So there we go. I'll look.
Well, if you guys ever want to make a trip out here and go investigate it, pick me up along the way.
That would be awesome. Absolutely awesome. We have places out here. We have 2 areas in where I'm from called. They're both called 5 Points, and what it is, and it makes me wonder if there is something to do with latitude, longitude lines that where places can, where places converge, and it causes a magnetic energy reversal or something that makes weird things happen. You know what I'm saying? So and
it like affects the electromagnetic field, which increases or attracts energies and amplifies it. Yeah,
absolutely. So we've been to 5 Points multiple times. We were kids. We go, okay, it's cool to go to 5 Points, and your car stalls out, and you can't start, and this and that, and everything else. So when I was 18 years old, I went to the one which is in Hartford, Ohio. and it's way out in BFE, and you have to go there around midnight. They say, of course, it adds to the fun of it. So
It's always midnight or 3 a.m.
or
isn't
3
it?
a.m. Right. So we go out. There's 5 of us. There's well, no, there was 6 of us all in this one car. There was 3 guys and 3 girls. So of course we go out, and I'm sitting in the passenger seat. My buddy was driving. One of the guy was in the back, and the rest we were all crammed in this car. So we head out, and we start getting in. The girls were getting all, oh my God, I'm scared, blah blah blah. We're like, tough guys we are, right? And we pull up right to the intersection. There's a set of railroad tracks there too. What I'm about to tell you is 100% truth. Okay, we pull up to the train tracks, and we stop right before the intersection, and it was like
Oh, is it one of the ones where it was like there was the school bus that was hit, and the kids will push you across the track or something?
That was
Sorry,
part of it. That was one of them. Yes, that was one of the theory, or one of the myths, I guess you could call it. So we stop, and we get right to the. One second, folks. Okay, so hello. Once. All right, sorry guys. My mother was here picking up my son. So going on to the 5 points thing. So we show up, we'll pull up right next to the railroad tracks, right? And my buddy decides that he was going to screw around with everybody and turn the car off and say that it stalled. I watched him do it, right? And are you still here, Andy?
Yeah.
Sorry. So he does it, and they start freaking out. And I'm sitting over here snickering, laughing, so on and so forth. And he's like, oh my God, trying to freak everybody out, so on and so forth. Well, he turns the car off. I swear my right hand
It
to
doesn't
God,
turn back on.
it will not start. And I'll be damned. Within 5 seconds, here comes a train. No lie.
Oh my God.
No lie, you guys. And I'm going, I'm telling you, I almost peed a little in my pants.
Oh, that is terrifying.
2 of the girls start screaming. One girl I don't know if she pretended to, but she acted like she passed out. I don't know what the hell's going on. I get out of the car, and I'm like, get out of the damn car. He's like, there's no way. It's my mom and dad's car. They're going to kill me. Get out of the car. What are you doing?
You're going to die anyway.
Right.
Like, get the fuck out.
We weren't on the tracks. We were pulled right up to, like, right over the first part of the railroad track. It still would have clipped the car, and it would have taken us everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
So he's turning, he's turning,
Oh,
he's
no,
turning the
my
key.
fat ass would have become a marathon runner real quick.
100%. So he finally, the train is probably 30 feet from where we're sitting. Everybody's out of the car but this dude, and I'm screaming at him, trying to pull him out of the car. He turns the key, it starts, and he takes off. And we're all standing there going,
What just happened?
Two of the girls are crying. The train, and it was literally a train, one car, and a caboose. I don't know what the hell that even was, but it goes right on by, ding, 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 all that. And I'm just standing there. I said, I want to go home now. Let's go home.
Like, this ain't funny anymore.
We're done. I was done. Those girls never talked to us again. They were done with us. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
But yeah, and that's the only experience we had. But that was not an experience that we ever heard happened out there. And I was just like,
yeah, no. When I was a teenager, I would drag friends to like old abandoned asylums, and they
oh yeah,
with me about
absolutely.
The one that I used to go to has been torn down, and like again, not saying that people should trespass. Do as I say, not as I do.
Right.
And I don't do it as an adult because now I can be charged instead of just told to go home. But we had the Northampton State Hospital, and it was abandoned and like shut down because the patients weren't getting good treatment. They were being treated horribly. It shut down in the 90s. And the thing is they didn't set up anything for the patients to go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It was just suddenly suddenly they were all homeless and in town.
It's a damn.
And for a while, like, you'd go walking around downtown Northampton and there would be people like screaming at parking meters and screaming at a bench, and like people who needed help, and they didn't do anything to send them to other facilities. They just closed it.
Wow.
But we would sneak in there, and like we had to be super careful because parts were like falling apart. There were floors rotted out and everything like that. But we would go down into the basement. There were tunnels, you know, connecting the various buildings, but there were still like patient records and like glass bottles from IVs and all kinds of shit down there. And yeah, my friends weren't too happy that I was like, hey, let's go look for ghosts, because we never really saw much of anything. You'd kind of like see like a shadow out of the corner of your eye or something, but we'd go in there and you would hear what sounded like people sobbing. And it was just this like overwhelming feeling of just like hopelessness.
Wow.
And you could hear the crying. And
Yeah.
it was awful. And of course, like I'm like 14 doing this, 14, 15 years old going in. So,
Right,
like,
right.
Yeah, my friends weren't too happy with me, that they were like, why did you bring us here? And it's like, well,
I'll
because I didn't
bet.
want to go alone.
Sure. Yeah. Hell no. That's not something you want to do. Thank you, Doodlebug, so very much.
Yeah, I mean, people definitely should not be going investigating abandoned buildings alone, because they are dangerous. There are many times where I easily could have fallen through the floor because like places were rotting out and it was not good. So don't do that.
Right.
But yeah.
No,
So
I
that was
agree.
cool.
I do agree. I've been in multiple places. I spent the night in the Mansfield Reformatory in Ohio, Mansfield, Ohio, the Moundsville State Penitentiary in West Virginia. And those were both very interesting. Mansfield was worse than Moundsville. I spent the night in opera houses, old,
Yeah.
you know, things. I've done all sorts of
Old
different
theaters
things.
and old hospitals. There's something about old theaters and old hospitals.
Yes, and I do want to go to Penhurst, the Penhurst
Yeah.
Asylum. Well, that's something I'm going to do, and we're going to cover it here on a Friday too. That's a very interesting story, guys. The background on that is insane. So, the Radionautica stuff is interesting
I
too.
just remembered.
Okay.
Talking about hospitals and everything. So this is part of it's going to be a bit personal. When I was 17, okay, so first of all, I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder. I've dealt with a lot throughout my life.
Gotcha.
Starting from a very young age. So I've got some mental health issues. Doesn't mean I'm crazy, but
okay.
Some issues. When I was 17, I tried to self-delete and ended up in a hospital. They sent me to the Brattleboro Retreat in Vermont, and very nice place. Everybody was great. Very, very old building. And I was on, I believe the teen ward was the second floor or third floor, and then there was a floor above us, and that one was actually being renovated, so there was nobody up there at the time, but it was usually the children's ward.
Oh, gotcha.
So in the middle of the night, you would hear, and this is when there's no one up there because they're not working in the middle of the night, but you would hear what sounded like children running and laughing coming from above you.
Wow, that's crazy.
So that was creepy. Yeah.
That's
so
very creepy. I agree. Oof.
Yeah. So that was, yeah, there because like I was having trouble sleeping and I would get up and walk around, and I asked one of the orderlies one night, I was like, I thought there wasn't anyone up there, and she was just like, yeah, there isn't. We try to just ignore that.
Right. Wow.
So
that just, it's kind of hard to just ignore.
Hospitals.
Well,
yeah, she's like, yeah, we just try to pretend that that's not happening, because you'd hear giggling and running.
Something to understand.
And it sounded like children.
A lot of people don't understand it, that like spirits, ghosts, whatever you want to call it, a lot of times the basis of it, okay, the explanation behind it, when I went through these courses, it explains it as a ghost per se is an entity that has either typically been through a traumatic experience or a situation where they don't realize that they have passed on, and they haven't passed on because they still think they're here. And in turn, because of the trauma, the whole unfinished business scenario and all that comes into play. Well, hospital, a lot of things happen, traumatic things happen in hospitals. Yes. And that's what it's
lot
all
of
based
strong
on.
emotions in a hospital.
Emotion is energy, folks.
And that brings us back to poltergeists and how they
Absolutely.
are manifested.
Absolutely, guys.
Strong emotions.
So if you want to play into it and be technical about the whole scenario, it is still explainable in a scientific aspect, okay? Because it's all based on scientific basis, okay? Energy and levels of energy and moving into other energies and pulling back from different energies and so on and so forth, because it brings you right back to the same thing. So there's still a logical explanation. It's just a little bit scarier than what it would be if it wasn't. So
I mean, and even if you think about it scientifically, you get down to it, everything is made up of energy. Everything is energy and molecules.
absolutely, that's exactly what I was saying.
Why is it so hard for some people to believe that there are things that are on a different frequency than us, but still existing around us?
Right.
That we just can't see.
100%.
It's just another frequency. And like my personal belief is that once we pass on, our consciousness and energy continues on to say like the next level or whatever, and you go to another vibration, another frequency, and then you can communicate with those things that you can't see while in your human life.
Right.
If that makes sense.
No.
That's kind of that's my own personal belief.
I know it makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense to me. It absolutely does. It's a very
like, that's why I believe, with people when they start talking about cryptids and stuff like that, and like, oh, there's no such thing as Bigfoot, and I'm like, he could be an interdimensional being that sometimes people can see it, sometimes they can't, or maybe he's a type of entity who can like pop in and pop out as he wants.
Yeah, right, and that's a lot of people have asked me when I was talking
like
about
same with
stuff.
Mothman. Like,
oh,
I mean,
yeah, that's fact, guys. And the Mothman scenario was something that was always very interesting. I swear to, I made jokes about having the Mothman in my backyard because there's something that lives over here in my trees that's bigger than an owl, looks like an owl. The wingspan is like an airplane, and it makes a lot of noise that I've never heard before, but it ain't an owl. It's something else that's bigger and more crazier than an owl. And it's just like, what the hell's going on here? And we don't ever get to see it, but we hear it. You can kind of see it in the dark, but you can't. It's so weird.
Right.
I just think it's a really old owl because it is really big. It's like the size of my grandchild. Okay, when the wings are going,
they can get huge. I don't know what types of owls are in the area where you are.
we
They
have
can be
barn
massive.
owls. I have a giant barn behind my house and my garage in the back here. And the thing that my neighbor said he saw at one time, and it is a gray and white, and that's what I could kind of see in the dark because it only comes out in the dark. Grayish white color, and we've seen a couple pretty good sized barn owls out here. Just this thing to sit on my back deck and listen to this thing, and then at night the wing, you can hear the wings flapping, and it's got a woof woof type noise, and you can almost like imagine that they're
That's actually really interesting because owls usually don't make noise when they're flying. Like they have massive wings, but this is the cool thing about birds of prey is that their feathers have like extra down towards the base of them than other birds do that helps them to be more stealth when they're hunting.
That's why
So
I say
when you have a large owl, you don't hear that flapping.
see.
So that's interesting.
That's what I said, and we've been trying to figure this out for almost 2 years now. I can't get a clear shot of it. I took pictures one night.
You gotta get a trail cam.
I was just saying that because I need to put some up because we have all
Motion
sorts of
sensor
stuff.
trail cam.
I was sitting in that same room. I told you I saw the shadow, and I'm not crazy by any means. I try to avoid all this stuff, okay? And I was looking straight ahead, and right next to me, I have windows here, here, and here, all the way down this wall in front of me, and there's blinds over them, okay? And I have mercury light on my garage next to this. This is like an addition built on, and it's my den. So I'm sitting on the couch looking straight ahead, and the light shines to the back of this building at night, the back of the addition at night, and I saw a shadow head, like a person walking past this window, and I'm like, everybody's in the house. Who's outside? And then I had to think. I go looking outside. There's nothing there, and then I realized something. This part of the house sits up way higher, and you'd have to be 8, 9, 10 foot tall for your head to show up in
Yeah.
that window the way it did. And I'm like, nah, maybe it's just the way the shadow, the light hits whatever. It was probably a tiny little like raccoon or something standing up and walking by or something. And the light made it look huge, but still I was like, good God, what the hell was that? You know what I mean? And
Right.
it's just it. But I moved out here. I couldn't imagine having to deal. I've lived in the country on and off my whole life and grew up on my aunt and uncle's farm, so on and so forth. But this area we're living in, I've encountered coyotes. I've encountered bobcats. The first time we were sitting on my front porch at 10 o'clock at night when we moved in here, we hear what sounds like a baby being slaughtered down the road from us screaming. And I was like, it was a bobcat. It ended up being a bobcat.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is that? You know what I mean? So
yeah, where I am, we have stuff like that too. I have literally, it's like the goddamn Discovery Channel in my backyard sometimes.
Yes.
Like there was one time we heard all this commotion and we go and look and see what's going on. And there was a bobcat and a coyote fighting over a beaver carcass.
That's what happens
that they
out
had
here.
dragged into our backyard.
And
I was like, holy crap.
yeah, that's what I was just talking about, Pink, the Bigfoot owl. Because I still don't know what the hell this thing is, and I'm gonna catch this thing. I think I am gonna try at one point when I can afford to.
Mothman.
To get that's what I call it because it doesn't make no sense to me. I'm gonna
What
try to
I'm
get.
curious about, do you know like all the legend of Mothman and like how people think he's like an omen and they saw him before the Point Pleasant Bridge and all that? I want to talk to people who were around that new bridge that just collapsed like a couple weeks ago
To see if they saw
I'm
anything.
curious if any of them saw anything weird like the day before or anything like that, because that would be interesting. There are reports, like you don't know how legit they are. It's people just saying like, I saw this. But there were people who said they saw a large winged figure around before 9/11.
Good.
So
Yeah, no, that would
I don't
be.
know, like,
That
so
would
I'm just curious. It seems like he shows up before
Yeah.
something huge happens. And
big disasters and is a warning.
yeah,
That's
so I was just, the first thing I thought when that bridge collapsed was like Mothman. I
mean-
wonder if anybody saw anything.
100%.
I'd be curious to know, because I definitely believe the whole like he's there to warn people that something is going to happen.
It makes sense.
I definitely believe that theory, that he's, you know, kind of omen, I guess.
Well, when I
But
watched.
I got to get going. I got to feed my dog.
Oh, okay.
But
Well-
we can do like a Discord call. I can seriously talk about paranormal shit for hours. So
Well, we can get back into it again and do this on another Friday as well. I love it, and I'm grateful to have you around, Andy. I appreciate you very much.
I'm happy I found you guys. I'm like, I have found my people.
I'm
into
well,
the same stuff. And
absolutely.
It's awesome.
I'm grateful to have you in the community now, and I hope you come back around as many times as you want to. So thank you so much. And thanks for calling in today. Have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Awesome. Thank you, Andy, for that. Appreciate you very much. All right. Thank you, Doodle, very much. Now, is there anybody else that wanted to give a call in? If not, I'm probably going to do it for today. We've been here for about 4:15, and it's been interesting, very interesting. So, if so, feel free to call in real quick and we'll talk. But if not, I think I'm going to bring her to a close. We're going to do more of this kind of stuff on Fridays for sure. So, hold on a second. I may be back on tonight. And I probably will be, to be honest with you, because I don't have nothing going on tonight. So, yes, Steve, I probably will be. Take care, Allison. Be safe. Thank you, Party of Five. So, I think that's it then. But yeah, we're gonna do more of this on Fridays. If it worked out well, we didn't get as many people as I'd like to have in here, but that's okay. Maybe it will grow as it goes. I don't know. Guys, I want to thank you all for joining us today. Again, Andy, thank you for calling in. I hope that you guys enjoyed the Ed and Lorraine Warren scenario. There was more I was going to show you, but time was running out. So take care, Michael. Thank you for joining us today, my friend. I hope you have a great rest of your day, sir. And I hope to see you again soon. But more than likely, I will be back on here tonight. So, guys, look for it and hope to see you guys when it does happen. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Please don't change a thing about yourselves. You guys are the beautiful people. And mods, amazing, amazing job. As always, have a great day, folks, guys. Love you very much. Again, don't change a thing about yourselves. You guys are the beautiful people, and I'll see you very, very soon. God bless, guys. Bye-bye.